What's up, Sigma? How's the music? How's my voice? You should be happy for me that you weren't the first viewer. Let's go. Michael's in here. Sigma's in here. That's enough, man. That's all we need. You hear music. How's the levels? What's going on, everybody? Music from 11 Labs, so we don't get that copyright. I'm gonna have to generate some more songs though, because I feel like some of these are gonna get old really fast. Committing to the vibe party is great. Can't wait to play. Yeah, man, I was actually talking with ChatGPT over here on a bunch of different things with the vibe party, and I'm thinking about some different layouts. I'm thinking about some different mini games. I'm thinking about how we're going to set up the board. Really just going in depth, trying to figure out how we can make a fun game that isn't going to have too crazy of a skill curve, that we can play together with the viewers when we're waiting for our inference to go through. So I'm getting some ideas. We're working on it. We're working on it. And we might just have to play some chess. We might just have to play some chess tonight as well. All right, guys, so if you're just tuning in, this is day 3 of live vibe coding until I make $1 million with two apps that I'm building them for myself 100%. If I wasn't building them for myself, if I wasn't dog fooding my own tools, I wouldn't be able to bring you guys the best stuff. A lot of people out there that are vibe coding stuff right now, I think are they're sending it out into the universe and they don't even use their actual stuff. Here I try to use my stuff more and more each and every day. I try to make it better. So, yeah, did you move the files? Nice, let's go. Josh is in here. Amazing. Got enough storage tonight. Yeah, guys. I purged the, you guys see my to-do list, huh? Yeah, so I purged a lot of the old videos. So we got rid of those, cleaned up the storage. So that's good to go. That's good to go. Hopefully we don't have any stream interruptions tonight. But if this is your first time tuning in, if you guys didn't know, the stream is brought to you by Context Cut, a tool that I vibe coded for the past. All right, this song is too intense. I got to turn it down a little bit or skip the lyrics. All right. So back to what I was saying, I built Context Cut in order to help me stream. So it looks like OBS, but it has a lot more going on in the background while I'm streaming. It's transcribing live. It's able to kind of see where my mouse is on the screen. And now it's able to stream as well. So we did get some more shorts from yesterday's stream. Even though we had the storage issue, Context Cut was able to salvage some of those old recordings because we try to keep those super persistent until the user can come in and triage it and figure out what happened if there is a crash. So I was able to recover a lot of the footage yesterday, even though we were running low on storage. And yeah, we'll get into some of those new shorts that are coming up. I've got the chat up on my phone today, so hopefully I can keep up with you guys a little bit. You say, or just use Restream. Will you get the dual stream working too? I think I will get the dual stream working. I'm a little bit overwhelmed with YouTube alone right now, but I do plan on getting the dual stream working. And it's stubbed out. It's just RMTP, right? So it shouldn't be too challenging. Just taking it a little bit slower. Ooh, put the chat next to the camera so you can talk to us. Haha. Yeah, you mean like up here? like that. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I probably should get like one of those little mini screens, one of those little teleprompters to put up next to the camera. So when I'm reading chat, I'm like looking right at you guys and it feels real. Yeah. I'm gonna forget to talk to chat sometimes, you guys. I get locked in, you know, I've got the headphones on. I usually don't have my headphones on. I've got music going. I forget I'm even streaming sometimes. Anyways, guys, if you're just joining, the goal for the stream today is to use Context Cut to upload our new shorts. That is the first item on our list here. So I'm going to get into this. And then I want to look into building a dictation feature for Iterated. You guys saw me typing yesterday. That's totally unacceptable. Whisperflow, I do have it installed, but I don't have it on right now. Like I said, I wanna bring everything that I'm doing into my own tool. And then building iterated skills. We already built one for thumbnails, and it actually helped me create the thumbnail for today's stream. So let me know what you guys think of this new thumbnail. If you guys could really quick, actually in chat, let me know 1 or 2. So mainly what I'm trying to figure out is, should I put my face on the thumbnail or should I just do one of these thumbnails without my face? I think this one's way better, but let me know what you guys think in the chat. Number one. All right, Josh, I'm with you, man. That's why I set it for this one. But we used our thumbnail generator skill to create these. So I think it turned out good. And what are we building? We are building Iterated.ai, a limitless agentic development environment, or ADE, built on Swift for macOS and iPhone, enabling a more natural way to talk with your agents. And that's what you're looking at right now. I've got my kind of Excalidraw board here as well. I've got your shapes, I've got your connectors, everything right here, native on Swift. And we're working through the process of getting the iPhone app up, but that could take some more time. So we'll see where that goes. Dude, your Higgsfield video is super good. I watched it at 2x, but it was great. Makes me want to buy it. Well, that video is one of the worst videos that I've uploaded in a while in terms of performance. So hopefully it catches up on the search. But that video was entirely edited by Context Cut, which brings me to the next app here. ContextCut.app. It's basically OBS in Premiere. Those were my 2 legacy tools, but I found that they were behind. They weren't agent first, so I rebuilt them and I made them AI native. So the stream you're watching right now runs on Context Cut. Any clips that you see come out of Context Cut as well. And I've built in a feature to upload in Context Cut too, so I'll show you guys that in a minute. And then Vibe Party. Towards the end, I want to start working on a game that we can play together, that chat can jump into, that we can kind of have between our different sessions, because I know a lot of you guys are vibe coding. Be able to just play some quick turn-based games. I think that'll be fun. Yeah, start talking about Gemini Spark and Google will boost you on YouTube. Oh, that's funny, Michael. Maybe I should. Yo, what's up, Brian? Good to see you, man. Glad to have you in here. I love YouTube and Google. Yeah. You just gotta glaze them a little bit. Nah, guys. I am excited to be here tonight. I'm pumped to be here. I'm glad that it's day 3 and the snowball is starting to turn. I'm starting to get a little bit more comfortable jumping on stream and just getting into things. There is a lot of planning. That's why they're coming later in the day. But let me know, guys, what time of day is ideal to stream? Or what time of day do you like watching streams? I mean, I'm seeing some regular faces in here, so that's encouraging. That probably means that you guys are up to some late night vibe coding, or you're overseas or something and you're up early. Where's everybody tuning in from? All right, so I wanted to start at, well, we're gonna get into Vibe Party too. But I wanted to start at using Context Cut to upload the new shorts. So I wanted to show you guys the new shorts that came from yesterday's stream. Let's see if I can find them. All right, so the shorts got a lot better, guys. So day one, you see how it has that rounded edge, like of my camera? In the words on day one, they look pretty good, but thought they could look better, thought they could look sharper. So this is day two. So, okay, so yeah, you still see the rounding, right? But it framed it out a little bit better. And I think this is gonna fit really well on all the platforms because all of the other platforms there have some stuff covering this lower section. And I think this is just high enough that it's going to avoid getting clipped by like titles and different things like that, right? So, yeah, we got less from yesterday's, but I told it to like focus on quality a little bit more because 62 was too many in day one. So I'll actually play some of these and we'll see what we think. Talking about enabling local, you're right, Michael. Enabling local. I like being able to use local and try to keep as much of my data here as possible. And I am so in deep on just going from software bills to inference bills and just building and maintaining my own tools. I've never been more excited to do that. People talk. Everybody go and subscribe to Drake AI Foundations. This is my brother. This is my brother, my younger brother that outpaced me on YouTube, outworked my ass when AI came onto the pavement. And he skyrocketed his channel to 250,000 views or 250,000 subs. How did I make it more focused? What do you mean? It's setting the agents up to succeed when I record videos like the video I'm recording right now, because it can tell where my mouse is on screen. It can tell where my camera. I'm not going to do the 67 challenge. I'm not going to be that streamer. I don't know if you guys have seen the guys that are like, that do it super fast. We're not doing that. I'm going to throw my shoulder out. Well, the agents can still use. See, I think these are just more clip worthy. They're a little shorter. They're a little bit more like chopped up. So less silence. They're kind of random still, but let's see. How did you make it more focused so that you clip more quality over quantity? I'm going to throw my shoulder out. Haha. Yeah. I don't know. I just told it to like pick the best ones. Honestly, man, it wasn't really much of a process. I just said like, do the same thing that we did yesterday, except this time instead of 62, I want you to cut the list down to the ones that are actually going to perform. I've already got the shorts posted out for one a day on X, YouTube, and Instagram Reels for the rest of August, every morning at 8 a.m. Eastern. But I want to get it so that maybe I have one at like 8 p.m. or something like that, sometime in the evening. So I think I'm going to go through August, and I'm going to try to post some of these today. But let me get the music back. So in Context Cut, I added this new screen here. So I can upload my videos now. So I feel like it's finally ready to lock in. Opus 5 is a step change. It's a generational difference in AI models, and it's making it finally possible to really trust the model a little bit more. I should have my brother come on and argue with me. Use your own discretion. I was telling him he needs to start to stream. A lot safer to be able to trust a model to edit your video. for instance. I mean, obviously you're still checking it afterwards, but it's getting...
Yeah, I love
now
this
where I don't
music,
have to
man. We
babysit it,
generated
and I
it with
also
11
don't have
labs.
to be super specific. Like, it's able to
Sounds
just kind of
pretty
do what
darn
I
good.
want. And part of that is the harness that I built, Context Cut.
All right. So this is the title it came up with for that one, guys. Opus 5 is a generational step change. I'm just going to say Opus 5 is a step change. And I don't like how it, like, camel cases it. These can be a lot simpler. So title, description. All right, and then we've got YouTube. So the YouTube title. Let's see. Publish subscription feed, made for kids. No. No, I'm not gonna do a thumbnail. Not gonna do playlists. All right, we just gotta test it. This is gonna be my first video that I post through Context Cut. And I just built this feature last night after I jumped off the stream. And you can check this notify subscribers on YouTube. So that would notify everybody that's subscribed. But let's see if I can just post this one, like right now. So if I go to public and hit publish, say, okay, mark public, not live yet. Sets intended YouTube privacy to public and clears the local schedule. Use toolbar post now schedule to actually publish viable Tato. Selecting public here does not go live. Okay, so schedule. Is that what it wants me to hit? Schedule. Or is it here? Is here maybe? Public, publish. No, same thing. All right, guys, maybe I shouldn't be messing with my half-baked features while I'm on stream on the tool that's running the stream. That's what happens when we do that. So I did worry about that. Yeah. Yeah, I crashed the tool because I'm using the dev build of it to stream. So I crashed it when I was trying to publish, but that's just something I need to figure out for the future. I need to be able to publish videos while I'm on stream. So I'm gonna kind of stub that for later though, because it was working better when I was not trying to stream and do it at the same time. All right, so the next thing that I'm looking at is building the iterated dictation. All right, what Michael said was frozen for a second. Clone it. Oh, can you clone? Like, you mean run two of the same app? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I need to just be running two of the same app because I've just got this one up right now, and when I was messing with that publishing, it closed it. It crashed it. So this publish feature here is really new, and I need to be careful with it because I'm just on a dev build right now. But we will get it figured out. We'll get it figured out. I'm just not going to mess with it anymore so that we don't lose the stream again. All right. And that's fine because I wanted to move on to some iterated stuff anyways. So I do need to get the dictation feature, but I might need to get a new release out for iterated. Maybe I should check out the full onboarding again, kind of do the boring stuff, get it out of the way and make sure everything looks good. Because I want to make sure that the prod works for anybody that does end up signing up. Cloud Agent Pain, Sport and Freeze Fixes. How's the hustle tonight? What's up, Data Sherpa? Good to see you, my man. Hardhead Hackerhead. There we go. We got some big names in the vibe coding community stopping by here. So good to see y'all. The hustle is, I would say it's going good. I try to keep the stream kind of relaxed. Fork to context cut publisher and gut the streaming function from the publisher. Have your main push to publisher. Could be a way. Yeah, there's definitely a better way to do it than what I'm doing right now. Next song. I don't care for the lyrics when I'm on stream. Yeah, I could probably get it working, but I should probably get it working before I'm actually using it on the stream. What are y'all building right now? Drop in chat. Let me know. I got to get the iterated dictation feature under wraps here. We've just got to get that. It's got to be a standard. I've got 2 mouse buttons, and I want to have one for screenshotting and one for dictating, but I don't have the dictation set up yet. And yes, I could use Whisper Flow, but I want to have as few little toolbar icons up here as possible. That's my goal. I just want to have everything pretty much go through this. Basically rebuilding the operating system UI, right? Ideally, I won't even have to pull other browsers over here in the future. And ideally, I'll get a context cut integration so that like I can just do everything from in here. All right, let's see. I'm building a kitchen sink for my website. I'm building the multiplayer SDK for tip-tap games. Let's go. Let's go. Thought something smelled in here. Hey, be nice to Josh. I'm building an agent observability pipeline and UI and supporting vibe coders, man. Well, that's pretty awesome. It sounds like you guys are doing some important things in the community, having fun, helping people build out their agentic ecosystems. Kitchen sinks. I don't know what a kitchen sink is, man. What are you talking about? Training my local model, Alpha MLX, is being annoying. I have a MacBook Pro M5 with 32 gigabytes of RAM, and I wish I got the model up for local AI, so trying to optimize for my machine. Yeah, Michael's like a machine learning engineer over here. He's probably vying for a job at Anthropic. And that's pretty sweet. Need a kitchen sink to throw at the agents when you've already thrown other things at it. Yeah, you need a kill switch. It's just a glorified design MD for my site. All right. Cool, guys. And is it a late night session for everybody else or an early morning session? I always intend on starting the stream earlier, and then the day gets away and I try to set up for it a little bit. When you're building the tool on stream that is helping the stream stay up and run, yeah, Michael is right. I do need to get like 2 separate processes running so that if the dev thing breaks, we can switch back. All right, let's look at the iterated dictation feature. Yeah. Let's see if I can get the... Oh, and I don't know if you guys can hear this. I like adding the sound effects to the UI. Like these little locks. I don't know if you can even hear that. My system audio is probably not high enough. Let me like crank it up a little bit. See, like it's got a little lock noise now. It's those little details that make it fun and satisfying and delightful to be in the tool, I think. Yeah, and they're super subtle, right, Data? East Coast, Beast Coast. Let's go, East Coasters. And Michael, I think, is in in NYC. I think that was Michael. So he's on the East Coast too. The sink is left over from making cookies. Midnight in a couple minutes. Florida. Oh, Florida, let's go. Yeah, I wish I was in Florida sometimes, especially during the winter. But in the summer, Michigan's beginning to feel like Florida, man. It's super humid up here. And we've been getting like crazy rainstorms this year. Like lots of inches of rain in a short amount of time. Oh no, Michael was the San Diego. There was another guy in here from NYC last night, but you were originally from New York most of your life. Yeah. So you can say both coasts are the best coast. You can kind of be on both teams. I love the West Coast climate except Seattle. I haven't really got to experience the West Coast climate as much as I would like. I did go out to Yosemite for my honeymoon. Did a little bit of a road trip, went all over, and people say it's like a fairy tale there, like the kind of the nature in California. Yellowstone too, man, just beautiful. But Yosemite, yeah, that was a cool trip. Let's see. I love the West Coast climate. Yeah, East and West Coast of Florida is great. Yeah, I'm usually going to the East Coast, but I did go to West Palm Beach to meet up with a partner from our community. Probably a year or two ago now. But yeah, Florida's pretty awesome when it's not having hurricanes. And I don't know how it is in the summer. It's probably pretty hot in the summer. All right. I want you to prompt Noor to look into the dictation feature if we have it on the board anywhere. And I would like you to get Noor to tell me where we're at with the dictation parity with Whisperflow, and how we can like simplify it though to make it a little bit less creeping on in terms of like feature creep and technical debt. I want to keep it like as simple as we can right now. So get Noor to find it and consider an implementation process and come back to me with the plan.
Okay. I'll pass that along and make sure the request is clear and focused. I couldn't find an agent named Noor. The available agents include Noor. Did you mean Noor?
Yes, I did.
Got it. I'll send that request to Noor and keep it focused. Done.
All right,
the request is queued for
sleep.
Noor and will land at their next idle moment if they're busy.
Go to sleep. Sleepy time.
Sleep well.
Yep, sleepy time. All right. That name of that agent, that sounds like Google Gemini. It's GPT real time. But we were comparing Grok voice yesterday. We did a little comparison, and it looks like Grok voice is a lot cheaper. Looks like it's a lot cheaper. And then I think it was Michael that recommended that we get Gemma set up in here so that people don't have to bring their OpenAI API key in order to use the voice. And I like that idea. We would just have to optimize for systems that aren't as performant. Right? So a lot of the tools that I build admittedly are pretty heavy processes that they run, but I try to kind of go back and clean up their performance a lot. Cloudflare has super good limits. I want to say Google Gemini might be the cheapest, their live model. Does it do tool calling, Hardhead? Yeah, Grok Voice cheaper than OpenAI. It's a different pricing model though. Grok Voice is per minute and OpenAI is token based. I haven't tested it yet. Just based on the analysis that we did yesterday on stream, it looked like Grok Voice would maybe be a little bit more affordable, but I think what they're doing is they're presenting the upfront cost of just the per minute, but then there's like kind of like hidden upcharges for things like tool calls and like background thinking, whereas OpenAI is just like straight up like input output tokens. So I'm just really liking the OpenAI voice. I think it does a pretty decent job. It got confused with that name there. That was kind of weird, but it is a weird name. Maybe Noor doesn't belong in the name pool. But I got sick of seeing the same agent, so I told it to add a bunch more names, and that's what I get. I get these like weird names. Noor, Luca's not bad. Linden, Mist, Sable, all of those are good. It's just a weird name. I've never seen this name before. Everything I do uses my subscriptions. I'm anti-API. Yeah, I try to be anti-API, but some of the best stuff is API only. So I either have to make the subscription for people, or I just have to give them something that's less than the best. But maybe we don't need the best. We're moving into a world increasingly where it feels like the level that you need to be on is not too insane. But I do like using the frontier. You know, it's fun to see where it's at. Definitely makes me a little bit more lazy. Okay. Wake word service already runs SF speech recognizer with requires on-device recognition. True, that's the exact engine dictation needs. So mature on-device pipeline. Check the reusable piece. Quad. I like that name. That is a good name. Yeah, you've got to keep them short because I don't want to be coming in here having to tell my voice agent like to hit up Eugene, the agent, or like some multi-syllable. I guess Eugene isn't that hard to roll off the tongue, but like some long name. I like to keep them pretty short, pretty easy to say. Fewer letters, the better. But then you get weird stuff like this. Have you started the game yet, or are you going to just rip it on a live? I like Hey Quad almost as good as Hey Sherpa. Yeah, I could name the orchestrator. I feel like that's where things are moving, guys, is these voice agents are kind of like the orchestrator. And as they get better, they're so fast, they're so good on latency, and as they get better with their reasoning and like their tool calling and their kind of routing behavior, they're going to act as long-term orchestrators. I really like to look into giving them like chat history that they can search too. But I don't know how expensive that would get, one. And two, I don't know how capable they are yet. But that's where it's moving. Like, I'd love to just be able to come and talk to this thing and like, it's basically the boss of all of my agents. Instead of just spawning one in and making Noor the coordinator, you know? The voice agent layer is a good orchestration layer, I think. I think that's starting to become a thing. For what you're doing, you need API, especially where video is right now. Yeah, it's true. I'm using Frontier to build, but everything I build, I'm trying to make dependency free. That's why I'm doing a lot of local development right now. Yeah, it's a smart move, man. I try to keep it like flexible. You know, I try to set up these tools up in a flexible way, but I can't bring myself to ship something like with Context Cut. Once I get that like past waitlist territory and I have people using it, I don't want it to be hard for people to get set up. Like I walked somebody through an onboarding the other day and it took us like 45 minutes, and it needs to be way quicker. It needs to be like 4 to 5 seconds, not 45 or not 4 to 5 seconds, like 4 to 5 minutes, not 45 minutes. Yeah, because there's like so many things in the settings that you have to configure, and it's all about getting a nice onboarding experience going. I'm gonna leave this agent running, I think. Let's see. I'm gonna get them building the dictation feature, and then I'm gonna go start working on the game, and we'll kind of like pivot back and forth between the two. Okay, let's actually read what the agent is saying this time though, guys. Sometimes I get a little carried away with the vibe coding, and then I end up with some giant feature, you know, and I've got to like then maintain that. So let's be smart about this. Speak, it lands in Composer Dictation Engine Protocol. Gotta go further up. All right, what exists today? Nothing, almost everything. Dude, Claude's got the funniest things that it says. Like, it's like advertising its whole pitch that it's about to give me. What exists today? Nothing and almost everything. Like, it's like, it's making its spec like poetry. What is going on here? I searched. I need to get all the way to the top. Search the task. Search the task board, open plus close, project memory, 20 units. All 32 QA tickets, docs, 0 hits for dictation. So we must have not made it onto the board with it. Search the project memory too, so the other agent didn't stow that away, it must be. Hard parts are already built and shipped for other features. On-device ASR, wake word service, SF speech recognizer, requires on-device recognition true. Okay. So we've got a lot of the prerequisites it's saying. Global hotkeys, yep. I like that it's looking at it this way, because then we aren't going to be reusing or we're going to be reusing these things. We're not going to be rebuilding these little services, right? I've been asking Claude to give me everything in tables. It's a lot easier to digest. That's a great point. That could be a lot easier to read. Claude loves to be dramatic AF. Yeah, for real. It's like you have nothing but almost everything. It's like, all right, what does that mean? What game are we making? We are going to be making a board game. Think Mario Party. Think Mario Party, right? The game is going to have guest or sign in, right? Your typical, you see the screen when you jump in. And I'm thinking email and password is going to be the best, because I don't want people to have to go off and use an OTP code like my other apps. I feel like with a game, it's got to be like super snappy. We are going to need to sign up as well. And for the first one, for the first time that they get signed in, it's going to go down this onboarding path. So set a name or generate a random name, choose your character. We're gonna have like a head, a base, and some legs. And I've got some character art inspiration as well in over in my Chat GPT account. So you can kind of pick your character. You'll see your name floating above the character, and you can set them. And then from there, if you've already completed the onboarding after signing in, we'll give you a refreshing token to keep you logged in. And the main menu is going to jump right into the action, right? I think that this is probably the best way to do it for a game like this. There's not like a bunch of different game modes. There are going to be mini games within it, but it's just going to be a simple join the queue right here. And then that's going to flash something right here. This is like, okay, yeah, you're in the queue. You've got, 1 of 4 players, whatever. I'm going to have a leaderboard, all-time leaderboard for everybody on this game, and customize. And I'm thinking through how I'll set this up with like bots too. Like if we don't have any real players in here, like when we're not all playing together, I want to have it so that like you can join, you can queue up, and it will like autofill the lobby with bots. If there aren't enough players. So it's 1 to 4 player. You know, we're gonna have settings. We're gonna have levels, overall levels, not just in the game. And then I'll have to design the settings page, the leaderboard, the customize, and we'll have like a loading scene. I want to have a loading scene of the map after the queue resolves. Kind of give people a minute to get started because it's going to be a fast-paced game, right? So I wanna kind of give them some time to see where everything is going to be. You know, I don't want to just jump right in. And then the turn-based game loop. So I want to have like a unique game every time with different squares that you can land on. Different things can happen. But the cool component about this is, yeah, we're going to be like rolling the dice, spinning the dice, turn-based. Some of these are going to send you backwards. Some of them are going to send you forward. Some of them are going to reverse you, flip you around, and you're going to be walking the other way. And then some of them are going to play mini games. So we're going to have like a pool of mini games that are like 4-person mini games, and they'll contribute to your score for this game loop. And we'll have a shop as well. Actually, the shop, I'm a little less certain on the shop right now, but that might be like a V2 thing because I don't know how it fits in. And then we'll have mini games, which is what I was talking to ChatGPT about earlier. But this is the game. This is the idea of the game. So maybe I could get started on this. It'd be good to get some assets in here from ChatGPT that it generated. And then I'll use image generation in here on Iterated. Sometimes I just like to use the ChatGPT interface for it because my subscription just covers it in there and I don't have to hit the image generation API is the idea. And then obviously this is just like a ChatGPT image generation doing its thing. Oh, buffering again, can't hear anything. Oh, yikes. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. I'm gonna go check in on this and make sure it looks good on my end. Big jump, I think you're back. Man. Should I just use OBS, guys? Or should I just fix my streaming tool? I wonder if we'd actually get some more momentum going with the live if it wasn't always crashing on people. Thanks for sticking with me, guys. No, you're okay. I think it's maybe the music and the visual together. Okay. You know what? I wonder if I get rid of this crazy theme that I've got on, if it'll help my system too. Maybe we go with just like a generic. That might perform a little bit better. Thanks for keeping me posted on that and sticking with me, guys. Okay. So what do you guys think of the game though? Like, is it passable? Is it a passable game? Yeah, the theme was crashing me. I've got Polytopia on here because that was one of the inspirations. I don't know if any of y'all play Polytopia, but it's like a turn-based kind of game. It's kind of like Settlers of Catan vibe if you've ever played that board game. Think you got something good here? Thanks, Sherpa. All right. I want you to spawn a Claude 2 agent.
I couldn't spawn that profile because Claude 2 isn't available.
Just do Claude 1.
The available Claude code profiles are Claude Code 1, and Claude Code backup. If you want, I can spawn
Just
one
do
of
Claude 1.
Done.
Focus
The
in.
Claude Code agent is up.
All right, Lark. All right, Lark, we're going to build the best game. We're going to build best. I've got to listen to it on my phone in a different room really quick. I want to hear how things are coming through. I'll be back. I want you to spawn an agent that can look into an urgent issue that I'm having with Context Cut Dev. Right now, the stream is buffering pretty heavily, especially when we do audio, and it's just not coming through so great. So I would like you to prioritize Context Cut Dev on the system so that the performance goes to getting the stream working. But I would like it to not close down the stream in the process if we can avoid it. So spawn a Claude agent to knock this out.
Got it. Let me set up an agent and line up the request clearly for that investigation. Queued for Ondine. It's set as an urgent stream performance investigation, with a preference
All right,
to keep the
send it
stream
through.
running if possible.
Send it through. No need to queue. Send it through.
Okay. I'll push that through immediately and make sure it
Gotta
doesn't
get
stay
the
in the
stream
queue.
running again.
Done. I sent it through right away.
All right, go to sleep.
And I...
All right, that was a good suggestion, guys, to ask Claude to help us. All right, the app is live. 68.7% of my CPU, 25-minute CPU time, no FFmpeg, no outbound RTMP/SRT. That's weird, right? Because how would the stream be running if that wasn't the case? Digging into what's actually streaming, key facts, the app has no outbound RTMP/SRT connection at all. And contextcut.dev resolves to Vercel IPs. Let me pin down what the stream is before I chase the wrong pipeline. Bro. Yikes. That problem didn't cause you to buffer at all. Maybe it's something to do with that other screen that had a canvas that you drew on. Prompt. It's the SherpaNet. We need to fall back to Sherpa fiber backbones for better throughput. I'll get on it. All right. Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for all the help. We've got to harden the stream. We got to keep the fire burning. We got to stay alive. Yeah, we need all of the technical help in the world right now, guys. It's a good thing we've got the AI agents, and it's a good thing that we've got the chat jumping in and helping out too. The nice thing is, okay, let's see if this lags it when I pull this on screen. Nice thing is it hasn't stopped recording. I think it did stop once, but I started it back up immediately. All contextcut.dev hosts plus contextcut.com Critical finding returns 404 deployment. The agent is not looking up the right thing. Yeah, I know. I'm pretty confused. This reframes everything. The app's bundle ID is the dev builds identifier, not the website. And there's a live multi-track recording in progress with 20 gigabytes already captured. Yeah, it found it now. It found it. It was looking in the wrong place for some reason. Could have been that initial prompt that the orchestrator sent it. Maybe it was like, okay, urgent issue, contextcut.dev stream is buffering. Oh, that's why it told it contextcut.dev, and that's not even my app. My app is contextcut.app. And so whoever has this contextcut.dev, the orchestrator put that in there, and that has nothing to do with me. I don't know if I said .dev because it's not, it's the build is just called contextcut.dev. So the orchestrator screwed up the prompt. It put a domain name in here. Maybe I did say .dev. I don't know. It found it though. The recording is healthy and advancing on all 8 tracks. Growth over 12 seconds. So yeah, this is all the tracks it's producing right now. Camera, program, screen, proxy 720p camera, proxy 720p 240, mic, and system. So all separate tracks. Nothing is stalled. This is a contention problem, not a pipeline failure. Let me confirm the biggest waste is safe to clear. All right. Claude is like, I have no idea how your stream is streaming. You have nothing and almost everything. Exactly. Claude's getting poetic again. I need to just make shirts with like the common the Claude-isms, right? That would be pretty funny. My brother and I always do them to each other. They're hard to define, but when you see it, you know that it's something that Claude wrote. Abortion. What is that all about? Abduco, confirm the waste. Abduco itself is spinning at 99%. Found the likely root cause. Disk is at 94% capacity. Oh no, guys. The disk. It's the disk again. 25 gigs an hour right now. It's because I'm recording the multi-track. Should probably just record the stream. I don't need multi-track. I don't even need multi-track for those shorts. Yeah, I'm gonna stop the recording. Hopefully it doesn't. Using multi-track. It's not necessary right now. I can just record the source. Yeah, thanks for that one. Clauding. Claude is like, I have no idea how your stream. Yeah. To abort means to stop or end a process, plan, or action before it is finished. Does it now? All right. 2 orphaned iterated panes. Duco PIDs. 20 hours old. Are spinning at 99% CPU. 2 of your 60. Yeah, kill them. Let's kill them. Kill those old terminals. Recording rights. Let's. Yikes. All right. Well, I stopped the recording. Stopped the recording because I was recording multi-track and all the proxies for the multi-track. So it was recording like 3 videos of my screen and 3 videos of me with all of the proxies that it's recording, camera and the display. And on top of that, it's recording compatibility tags across Electron terminals, web views, and secure fields forever. And it's the part where iterated has no differentiated value. It'd be a worse copy of a dedicated tool. Dictating into the composer is the product use case. Yeah. So it's telling. Do you guys think it's something with the audio? Like, I wonder, computer audio is off now. I wonder if it's coming through better. I mean, it looks like it's still freezing up a lot, but did we just notice a step change when I turned off the audio? Severe jitter, gateway max, 34.6 milliseconds, STD dev, 9.3, internet max 99.9 milliseconds. It's the classic buffering signature. And Zen's plugin container holds 4 UDP sockets, an active WebRTC session. Let me identify the stream. Yeah, sorry about this, guys. I should have done more test streams today. I usually do a couple private test streams before I go on. And today I kind of just fired it off because it was getting late. Still choppy. Trusting when it's like, I found it. I actually get excited because I trust that it actually found it. That used to not be the case, but I feel like increasingly the models are getting a little bit better. Let me confirm with the throughput test. My earlier one died on ZSH. Globbing, not the network. Okay, didn't enter the command right. I should have asked Codex. Bummer, man. I love your content. Yeah, it is a bummer. It's a real bummer that this thing keeps freezing, man. I'll get it sorted, though. I'm going to get this sorted in the future. I'm gonna be a little bit more careful about just starting up the stream. Codex 5.6 Sol Max, put it on fast mode, tell it to triage and fix above all other priorities. Still choppy, can't hear you. Codex it is. Fix an order of impact. Change your router's 5 gigahertz channel from 48 to 149. 2 minutes in router admin. I am not going into my router admin. No way I will do that. Ethernet while streaming or recording removes contention entirely. So it's saying that it's my Wi-Fi. It's blaming my Wi-Fi. All right, I'll plug the Ethernet in. Has it switched to the Ethernet yet? Do we think it's switched? Ethernet is a good move. I still see the Wi-Fi symbol up here. On the Mac, would it show if I had Ethernet plugged in up here? I don't know if I want to click on my Wi-Fi. No buffer yet? Are you saying that the Ethernet is actually working? Is that what I'm hearing? In activity monitors, you're streaming okay right now. Activity monitors, your memory and yellow pressure. How do I open up the activity monitors? It just... What do I want to look at? System. Am I under pressure? You're not buffering, so it might be. I think the Ethernet fixed it, guys. Every bit of it is still going over the congested Wi-Fi. Okay, maybe not. Is my Ethernet just nerfed because it's going through this dock? Did they nerf my Ethernet with this dock? One decision, both pass. Dude, I don't want to triage this forever, Claude. We gotta get a good fix in here, buddy. The people are waiting. All right, it's officially on Ethernet now, Claude says. So that was the interruption there. Claude switching it to Ethernet. I mean, I could have manually done it, but I don't want to pull up all my Wi-Fi networks. And now there's the cross through the Wi-Fi. So, I mean, you guys hear it better? Is it coming through smoother? I almost don't want to jinx it. I almost just want to keep streaming and just see if it's fixed itself now. You guys are getting that Ethernet now. You guys are getting those Ethernet pixels. Those taste a lot better than the spotty Wi-Fi. All right, migrated. And it was being throttled. Let me confirm latency holds under the real streaming load. Oh, yikes, dude. Claude is still like adversarial review mode here. I hate to see it. I want to see a celebration, guys. I love it when Claude celebrates and it's like, you did so much tonight. Everything went so well. I'm 90% okay now. Ah, jeez, man. But in the world of media, you've got to be like a 99.99% uptime to really have parity with the top dogs. People can't have you can't have your live stream going down. But yeah, guys, advertisement for my streaming tool. Yeah. Nice thing is these tools are not static. We can improve on these things. It's still doing some review on that, but I'd like to get my music going again. kind of scared to do it though. Have a good night, Sigma. I did look at memory pressure, Michael. It wasn't in the yellow. It was in the green. I got people rating you. Have a good night, Carter. Thank you. Thank you, Sigma. I appreciate the support, brother. Yeah, we're up to the highest peak concurrent viewers right now. But how many of you guys that are viewing this are bots? That's the question. That's the question that Sigma was asking about YouTube earlier when we were looking into this, guys. We were looking at our YouTube analytics on these streams. Some of the places these guys are coming from that land on these streams, they literally just leave their computer on, playing through YouTube videos on loop, and then they end up on one of these YouTube live streams from like next suggested video. So yeah, you guys aren't bots, but how many people are in the chat right now? I mean, I get it. Some people are lurkers. They're not going to jump in the chat. I guess you could look at likes. Likes would probably be a good benchmark of like how many real people there are in here versus how many AFK people. But yeah, if you're real, just say hello. And let me know if my stream dies again, guys. I think Sigma has me blocked because I mentioned in another stream he was telling his viewers to downvote the Vibe radio channels and not a bot. You can't downvote them, guys. You just gotta outperform them. The Vibe radio channels are up there in the search results, but if somebody goes live, I think that they end up up in the search results too. Like they outpace the vibe coding music people. So like if I type in live, well, I should probably go incognito window, right? Let's just do it on let's do it in iterated so I can see with like a URL that's not gonna know that it's me. Let's see, vibe coding. And then we switch to live. I'm number 1 on this browser. And this is just a this is a separate profile. I'm not signed in. Sometimes it'll put you up top if you're the signed in user. But I think I'm genuinely above these vibe coding music things. And everybody else that's doing a real vibe coding stream, like Nico here and Will Makes TV and myself, we're all the real vibe streams. These other things down here get outranked by us when we're on, at least on search. But these get a lot of watchers because, like I said, guys, these get played in like next suggested video when people are away from keyboard, and they just keep running through these. So I think it's pretty fair with its ranking. I don't think you need to be downvoting them. Plus, a lot of this isn't probably coming from like search results. Like, how do you guys get to the vibe coding streams? Do you go through search results, or do you just see them on your, whoops, granola ad? Do you just see them on your home screen, or you get like a notification or something? End of the month, I'm going to get Iterated to support you. I'm a little slim right now. Oh, Data Sherpa, that means a lot, man. That means so much. you're probably going to be one of the first people, dude. I'm going to keep going because, you know, the title, of course, is like, until I make $1 million. I just want to build in public. I just want to be out here talking to people, talking to customers, like people who are really going to push these things to the limits with me. And if somebody can get something out of it, that's great. I might make a little bit of money. It's not my main thing though, guys. Like the YouTube channel is great without Iterated too. But I'm just dedicating a lot of time to this right now. And I truly believe that this is the future of how we're going to be speaking to our agents, doing knowledge work. And then moving into the phone app. When we get the phone app locked in, guys, it's going to be incredible. So yeah, thank you, Sherpa. That would be sweet if you jumped on the train. I sub to all the vibe coding creators. I do too, man. I started out as a vibe code stream watcher and lurker, and I'd get involved in the chat here and there, but I've bumped into you a few times because I've seen you on the other vibe coding streams, in the chat, on the leaderboards of all the games. You're a real model citizen in the vibe coding community, man. And I think everybody deserves a little bit of support, you know what I mean? If you stop by another vibe coder stream, you ask them what they're doing. It's always good to see people hustling, people working hard, trying to make something for the world. And building in public is not the easiest thing. It definitely doesn't come naturally to me. So yeah, definitely support all the streamers out there, guys. This can't be a zero-sum game, just like AI can't be a zero-sum game. We've all gotta innovate. You know, I'm all for the people who do the best getting the best reward, you know, by all means, but you also need a healthy arena of people doing different things, innovating. That's how we move things forward. All right, so it's recommending for the dictation feature, do step 0 before committing to any of the above. Spend 30 minutes transcribing 20 representative utterances, real ones, with identifiers, library names, and CLI flags through both backends, and count the error rate. Oh my goodness. It's getting me to run evals on like speech detection. We're not going to do that. I don't think we're going to do that, at least. We might just have to actually vibe code for a minute here, guys. And when I say vibe code, I mean send it a bonehead prompt. If you guys weren't here for yesterday's stream and the stream before that, we're going to make the bonehead eval. Like, how can you, like, what model is the best at receiving a terrible prompt and producing an incredible outcome? I sub to the genuine ones. I sub to Hardhead Hacker only because he lets me play Tip Tap games for free. Tip Tap is free for everyone to play. Yeah, it needs you, LOL. Ariana Grande faced renewed public scrutiny regarding her appearance following the release of her Pedal music video. Amid continuous online commentary, her representatives announced she will take a... Olive? Are you real? What am I looking at here? Why am I getting an Ariana Grande press release in the chat? Huh? Guys, I might just have to turn on Whisper Flow while I'm building the dictation feature, just so that I can quickly prompt this without having to talk to the voice agent. We'll just use Whisper Flow. I would like you to just look at the screenshot feature. The screenshot feature is currently doing a great job of anywhere on my device that I don't have to be in the window. It is able to take a screenshot and pass it over to Iterated. I would like the dictation feature to be similar in a sense. And on your input concern where you're worried that it won't be able to input into some inputs, we've just got to try our best. And then if we lose an input, we need to store it in iterated somewhere, like a transcription history, as an option that the users can turn on. For example, in Whisperflow, it looks like this, where you have like a history and you can copy paste it, and also the little dialogue pops it up after you release the command. So we need something like that if it doesn't land properly. And for the model, that does the cleanup, we're going to have to look at some other options. Like, I want to make it vendor agnostic if we can. I want the shape of this dictation service to allow for local models if we want to use a local model in the future, if we want to bundle that into the app somehow. But I also want you to allow 11 Labs Scribe for the dictation so that we can quickly get a highly accurate transcript as one of the options. And that's going to be a similar bring your own key to the OpenAI real-time voice orb feature. I want to be able to hotkey this so that we can test it immediately. Yeah, everybody's got their own Whisperflow tool now. So I feel like you've just got to have it. Did anybody see the little documentary, like vlog thing that came out from Whisperflow's founder? I didn't realize they're a $2 billion company, guys. Whisperflow, $2 billion company. And they started as a hardware company. They started as like a brain interface company, which is kind of nuts. It's a great feature. Everybody has it. And increasingly, it's becoming a different modality that you can use. It's not like pure voice, like the voice orb. It's high quality dictation that augments your prompt in such a way that it is geared towards getting a better result. Like in Whisperflow, for instance, they have different styles, I think, right? Styles. Yeah, here in Whisperflow, it's formal, it's casual, or it's very casual, and I think you can even hook in your code base somehow. I haven't done that, but I think you can hook up like GitHub to this so that it can understand your variable names and things like that. I don't think that's even necessary, but a cleanup is I think helpful. They are killing it. $2 billion valuation on a dictation tool. But do they have their own proprietary model? Is that what they're doing, or are they hitting some other model and they're just like the wrapper for it? And they just came out with meeting notes too. I don't know if you guys saw that. The meeting notes feature. How's the stream coming along now, guys? Again, I don't want to jinx it, but are we getting into some better territory with the latency and the what's recommending parakeet? This is from July 9th. Was I working on it that far back? That's crazy. That's probably like when I first built this. I had a stub in there for it. for parakeet. Stream is strong. You're 95% good. Just small hiccups, but it goes away immediately. Okay, Michael. That's good. 95% is acceptable for the third stream when I'm just hot fixing it on the go. But eventually we've got to get it as long as your internet's good, it's got to be coming through crystal clear. All right, let's spend a little bit of time on the game while it's trying to implement this dictation stuff. I'd like you to research the best stack that we can use for this game. Typically, I use Phoenix Live View, an Elixir, and a Postgres database. That might be feasible for the menu and the queuing system, but we're going to need something to actually run the game engine for this. It's going to be like a top-down 3D looking game, kind of like Polytopia. And we could eventually target mobile, but ideally it's just going to be a browser game for now. I'd like to know what kind of additions I need to make to my stack, or if I shouldn't use Phoenix Live View for any of it at all. I'm planning on hosting this on fly.io. Help me to come up with a stack for this theoretical game. I'm going to drop in a screenshot for you. Now the vendor agnostic cleanup seam, shaped so a local model is a URL change, not a new integration. So it's making it into more of like a config setup so that we can swap out models for the dictation service. And we can kind of test different ones. Some of them we can be bring your own key. Other ones are going to be install this local thing like Parakeet. And then we need to do the same for the voice orb. We need to at least program in some commands that we can voice out for the voice orb. But if I can just get Command K going good here, if people don't want to use the transcription, I have a feeling that like either a plus button or like Command K with just like some shortcuts will be enough. The voice orb is kind of cool, but it's a little bit it's just a little bit more like of the sizzle, right? It's the sizzle. When people are watching and you pull up the Jarvis, you know, it gets people engaged. A little bit of that ADHD energy. I've got to pull up the voice orb for like the I've got to do more reels and more like shorts with the voice orb. Probably get some people engaged. Just like a little review on where we're at so far today. Started out cleaning our storage, apparently didn't clean out enough. Tried using Context Cut to upload a new short. It crashed the stream the first time. So I'm going to do that after. But I showed you guys some of the new shorts. Working on building iterated dictation feature. And we're working on building Vibe Party right now.
iterated skills. This might wait a little bit because I've got to check it out on the production end. Michael says Godot 4.7.1 plus GD script for vibe party per soul. Never heard of it though. Godot, that's a pretty popular setup. I think it runs on its own kind of launcher though, no? Godot is like one of the easier ones, but I think you have to like, it's like a game engine, you know? I'm thinking like if I can try to keep it in the browser and I don't have to open up a like Unreal Engine. Like I have Unreal Engine, or Unity, not Unreal Engine. But I don't know if I want to be opening Unity on the stream and having to rebuild. I mean, it's probably not the best architecture decision to say just because I'm doing it on stream, I'm not going to do it the right way, but I'm going to try to find a solution that we can just like hot load so I can get some like very fast testing. And the stakes are pretty low with the game. You know, it's not like we're building like some enterprise infrastructure or something. This is for some vibe coding goofballs. Nah, you guys are some civilized goofballs. I think I've got the most like refined crowd of people that join this stream. Like people doing real life cool grown-up stuff. Some of the other vibe coding streams feel like a bit of a frat party. You know what I mean? No offense. Takes a little bit of everybody to make the world go round. Floating overlay, non-activated panel. All right, it's cooking. It's cooking on dictation. We've got more lyrics. We got to turn the lyrics off. I had it generate some rap and some pop rock music too. I don't know if I'll play that on stream though, because I think the DNB is a lot safer, like the liquid DNB and these like lo-fi songs. I don't know if everybody else would like the, you saw the frat party today and turned it off. He was screaming. Yeah, dude. I mean, it takes everybody to make the world go round. It really does. And everybody's got their own vibe on stream, but for me, so far over these past few streams, it's just been a chill time, you know? We kind of just get together, we hang out while we're building different things. Feels more like a lounge than a party, if you know what I mean. I have considered pulling out the yoga mat, doing some push-ups, getting the other camera angle, getting my walking treadmill or my flat treadmill under the desk and walking a little bit. Maybe if I do a morning stream, I'll do a little bit more of like a hype stream. But I feel like at night it's a little bit more chill. I saw the frat party earlier and I turned it off. You know, guys, I should have given this to, and I probably still will. I think I'm going to have Grok do some work on this because Grok is super fast and we might even be able to get the game up. At least version 1. Or like at least account creation in menu or something. Stack.md. Here we go. Open stack.md in iterated as a file that I can look at. I mean, you can blast the Nicki Minaj all night if you want, but this dude was screaming and sounding like an idiot. Well,
I'd like I like to have fun, but I'd like to avoid like compromising my my morals or doing something stupid just to get the stream hyped up. But that is kind of the game. It's kind of the game. Keep Phoenix, keep live view, keep Postgres, keep fly. Add exactly 3 things: 3JS, Vite, and a match gen server behind a Phoenix channel. You do not need a second backend language, Node, Colossus, or Godot. The single most important fact about this design is that the core loop is turn-based. Turn-based means the tick rate is effectively 0. It's not turn-based though. Once you get into the mini games, that's what it's missing here. Oh, but it did get mini games in here. The one real caveat: real-time mini games. Your art card says puzzle, arena, arcade, flow board. This song is getting a little epic. All right. Arena arcade with physics feel, deterministic lockstep. Every client runs the same Rapier. WASM sim for the same C plus input. 3D physics, Rustler, Rapier, or Rust sidecar. Are these the options? Do not build tier 3 until a specific minigame forces you to. Tier 2 covers almost everything the party game needs, and it keeps the server cheap. Note that lockstep requires deterministic math. Pin the Rapier version and never branch on floating point equality. All right. Okay, I would like you to just build a little HTML artifact for now that we can test out the 3JS. Well, I would like you to do 2 things actually in parallel. I want you to get one sub agent working on the sign-in system and the picking your name and the choose your character screen stubbed out. And I would like you to get another sub agent working on the actual choose your character screen with the base, the head, and the legs options, and the set character. And then we need someone working on the main menu as well. We need to keep in mind that this is going to be deployed on fly, and we're going to need to set like maybe an environment variable on fly that tells it how often the queue flashes and how long people have to wait. I want to just do one game at a time for right now, but we need to be able to scale up the machines if we wanted to do more in the future. And we also need the queue to be intelligent so that if no real player is in there, and it would normally just be filled with all bots, then that queue should just die. But it should autofill with bots if the countdown is almost complete on the queue and there's not enough players to fill the lobby. It should autofill the remaining seats with bots. We need to stub a lot of this out because trying to one-shot this would probably cause a lot of problems, but I just want to get the general like menu down and get some tokens that we can, some styling tokens that we can kind of like go off of and just get the feels right. And then one agent needs to like create an HTML artifact, images of it. Sorry, the stream went down again, guys. I don't know what happened there. Massive whisper flow prompt for the start of this. We're losing the stream again. I wish I could pin down what's causing it to drop. It seems like when I got the really long whisper flow prompt going, it dropped there for a minute. I don't know if it had anything to do with that. Use Phaser 4 plus TypeScript is the best fit for a lightweight browser native AI vibe coded vibe party that can still look polished and stream well, says chat. Okay. Chat says to use Phaser 4 plus TypeScript. So we should investigate this route as well. And oh, you know what? It's probably building it's rebuilding right now with the dictation feature, I imagine. I think that's why it just restarted my app. If it pulls it back up, then we'll know. It just closed on me. It's kind of like used to doing that though. Like I like when you can hot reload changes, you know, but with the Apple, with the Swift apps, you have to rebuild them. So I've got this script made that the agents just use to rebuild the apps quickly. But it's not coming back right now, so I might have to open it myself. The rebuilding is super annoying. I'm with you. Gotta have a quick bathroom break. Need to make an official build and run that so that way the dev version can recompile and test it separately. I have an official build. It's just this is a bit resource intensive, I think. So when I'm trying to run both builds at once, I run into problems, and I also have gotten into this bad habit of keeping all of my stuff on the dev profile. So I could probably port all of this over, but I have like all of my projects in here, and I'm actually like working on them in the dev app. So, all right, I'll be right back, guys. And just like that, we're back. So one thing I've done with my IDE is I made all the project files be stored in the project folder itself. That way, if you have a fresh install, you just add that folder and your entire project is in one piece. I had a bit of contention with that hardhead hacker because if a team is working on something and not all of them are using the same ADE, you would need to put it in like a git ignore or something, or have your own version in order to do that properly, because otherwise everyone else is just going to get all of the files from Iterated And that might be desirable for some teams, but if your entire team isn't working in it, I didn't want to litter the project files. But I was thinking about that too. For example, I had an issue tracker built into it, and instead of storing those issues in a separate app database, they're all stored in a JSON file in quad flow directory in the project. That's actually probably a good idea for context overall, even if you are on a team, because those files aren't like opinionated files. They're like the agent is going to understand them no matter who's using the code base. So it's not a bad idea. Currently, it all lives at the root in the iterated folder with like pointers to the projects. Because like these frames, like I don't know if this needs to be stored in the project file itself, right? Maybe some of this stuff could be pointed, and then maybe like the agent context could live in the project file itself. It's not a bad idea. Let's get the music back up and running. Do you guys like the music? I mean, I think people like the music. I'm getting the vibe that when the music goes good, people enjoy it. It's just this constant chop. And then also the fact that right now we play a lot of the same songs over and over again. That's actually what I'll do. I'm gonna get Grok to generate some more songs in 11 Labs for us so that we get a little bit of a bigger pool of songs. Can you spawn a Grok agent?
Done. A Grok agent is up and ready.
I want you to tell Frost to look into the liquid drum and bass songs that we've created so far. And then I want it to use the 11 Labs key that we have in the scoped environment to generate 5 more liquid DNB songs for stream background. And I want it to do some like deep research and find out what makes a really good liquid DNB song. And it should look it up on X too and see like what's hot right now for streaming backgrounds. And it should make those songs and then place them on the iterated project that we're in. So instruct Frost to do that immediately. No need to queue the message.
Got it. Sending that to Frost right away so it lands immediately. Sent.
All right,
It
go
was
to
delivered
sleep.
immediately into Frost's current turn, not queued.
Go to sleep.
Sleep well.
Sleep well. Sounded like your final words there. It's like any last words? It goes sleep well. Sounded like it died there. Agents are dying on us. I have a Mac OS app called Leo that's my chief of staff. I keep the build and your personal projects separate. Leo is a Git. My projects are in personal local files. That's pretty sweet. Do you like that kind of workflow, having an agent that is like almost an employee? The role-based kind of setup? That's what we set up in AI Foundations. Inside of our community, we created the C-suite, the automated C-suite, where it's like role-based agents, and it's this whole GitHub system that anybody can kind of drag and drop into their business and set up. And that works really well for knowledge work. And we've actually onboarded a lot of people that are using Cowork to Claude Code, and a lot of them are just using Claude Desktop. But that kind of concern of like, oh, I don't know how to code. People don't want to jump into Claude Code, but they don't realize that it's pretty much the same thing. It's still a text bar. Claude Code is just infinitely more capable than Cowork because it has more tools available on your device. So it can do a lot of different modalities of work, and it's better at like terminal commands and stuff like that. Like for instance, in my Claude Code full tutorial that I recorded, I had to show Cowork because I was showing like the entire Claude desktop app. I had it do this task where I had to like clean my desktop, and it tried to do it with Apple scripts and computer use with Cowork, and it took nearly an hour for it to clean my desktop. If you tell Claude Code to do that, it'll have it done within 3 minutes because it just runs a few terminal commands and calls it a day. So maybe Cowork's gotten better, but I have custom agents in Slack, and the main is wired into a Codex project, but Claude can send Slack messages to Leo for Codex to do work or give feedback. Okay, that's pretty sweet. Like you're trying to bring it into the same channel that you work in for communication, so you can kind of send it out to do different tasks for you like an employee. Is that kind of like the setup that Jack Dorsey has with that new Buzz app? Has anybody tried that new Buzz app? I've heard a little bit about it. It's like an open source Slack competitor that plugs into all the different model providers. Kind of chat room setup. All right, so it's generating the 5 instrumental stream beds in a new set folder, following the handoff playbook and research. Instrumental, 174 BPM, soft highs, deep subs. Generating 5 liquid DNB tracks via 11 labs. All 5 are generated. Should open them. I haven't seen Buzz. I just had Codex custom write all that. Yeah, Buzz is kind of like this new thing that Dorsey is working on, and I think it just gets I think Buzz gets a lot of buzz because Jack Dorsey's working on it, right? Okay, Hardhead Hacker, right? I push it to GitHub. That way the issues are tracked along with the version or branch that I'm working in. If I throw away a branch and close all the tickets along with the branch, then I revert those tickets back to where they were as well. So you're kind of syncing it up with GitHub. It sounds like you're using a lot of those features, but just creating like a different type of interface for it. Like a GitHub issue is what surfaces in your ADE. Is that what I'm hearing? All right, guys, let's hear these. Let's hear these 5 songs that it just created. I need to head out. Have a good rest of your stream. I'll catch you on the next one. W stream. Thank you, Hardhead Hacker. Good to see you, man. I think my approach is similar. Just doing the version build and pushing with version tags. Then the hot reload happens. But I'm not running coding agent terminals inside like you are. So yours is more of like a traditional IDE. Rather than what you'd think of as like an ADE. It sounds like, Michael. You guys just let me know if any of the audio comes in too hot for you. It's pretty loud for me right now. I need to get some better levels in my setup. Where are we at? We had Frost generate some songs. Pretty good song so far. We have Newer working on the... Oh, it rebuilt. We've got to see if it built in the dictation service. Let's check in settings and see if it's in here. I don't think it's in yet. All right, is this installed? And do we have these all set up? Ready to play some Vibe Party? Let's go. No IDE Codex harness. I don't touch IDE. It's a workflow. Okay, cool. But you don't have the agents in there? Is it just like a tool that the agents kind of use? Install script failed. Okay, that's why it did the restart, but it didn't actually rebuild it and reopen it. So the install script build on the reset, it failed. All right, let's see Vibe Party. Chat was telling me that I should look into Phaser 4 plus TypeScript. Is this a direction that we should look in? I have heard a lot of things about Phaser. Is this something that will help us run this better if we were to use that? And is TypeScript the move? Or will Phoenix Live View work fine? See, I just lost that whisper flow because it lost focus, but whisper flow probably saved it, so I can just pull it back in, which is nice. And I want my dictation tool to be able to do that as well, so I can just like copy it and bring it back in. Except this agent might not. Something might have happened to this agent. All right, I want you to spawn a new Claude agent.
Got it. Spinning up a new Claude agent for you now. Done. A new Claude agent is up and running. Its name is Tobin.
Tell Tobin that they're taking over for Lark.
Got it. I'll pass that along to Tobin and queue it up appropriately.
All right,
Queued
you
for
can send
Tobin.
it through. You can
It will
interrupt
be
it.
delivered at the next idle moment.
You can
unless
interrupt
you
it.
Okay. I'll push that through immediately and handle any interruption issues with the pane. Done. I sent the queued prompt through immediately to Tobin.
All right, go to sleep.
Good night.
I'm using Codex web app. I have my projects in folders. Then I'm running the agents in the projects so it stays organized. Okay, so the Codex web app runs in the cloud, right? That would make sense. I was 80% in Claude Code terminals before this, but this started keeping my organized plus chief of staff can message the project task threads. Keeping your stuff organized. Codex Mac app is what I meant, not web. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, man, I talked about this yesterday. Like, I went on this kind of journey to arrive where I'm at with building this ADE because I started out with back in the N8N days, and then we saw the first TUIs come out. We saw the introduction of Claude Code, and I went all in on Claude Code in the terminal when I first found it. And I loved it. It was just a great experience. I used it that way for the longest time. And then after a while, I went to Warp. And this is the early days of Warp, when it was more of just a terminal app. I think now it's more of a full-blown ADE. And then I actually jumped to the Claude desktop app for Claude Code. Then we went to the Codex app for a little while. I found that Codex was better for a time. For me, at least, I was getting better results with it, and usage was lasting a lot longer as well. And I kind of ping-ponged between the two of those for a while, and then finally, now I'm back to the terminals. And the reason is, it's the it's the only way to kind of have all of the agents in one place instead of having like 3 different apps open, is just through the terminals in a nice unified way to do it. So now all the agents just live in here, right? Which I'm liking so far, but it might evolve. Got to finish listening to our new songs here. Vibe party. We got to get this up and going. I got to get some kind of server up before I get off the stream so we can at least start to see something in motion. That's the goal. All right, so here's what it said about phaser and TypeScript, because I wasn't 100% sure how that worked. And I asked it phaser versus live view. It said it isn't the real axis. Phaser would swap out 3JS. Okay, so phaser is the 3D tool in the canvas layer. Q boundary split, the channel, match, gen server, presence, all bit identical either way. Phaser is client only and contributes nothing to authoritative state. Okay, that's good. You write the same gen server regardless. It's talking about Phoenix Live View and Elixir. TypeScript isn't versus live view either. You use both. And it was already in Lark's plan. TypeScript types the channel messages, which are a contract between your Elixir and your client that reasoning holds under any render. Okay. Phaser ships scene, lifecycle, tweens, input manager, asset loader that bear3.js lacks. Okay, so phaser is like 3JS, or it's a enhancement for 3JS, like a framework. That's another Claude line. An afternoon, not a framework decision. I think you can just tell Claude wrote that. What's up, Ronan? The AI construct 3D direction is locked. I like that design because they're geometric and we can have some variety without making things too complex or creating characters that are challenging to animate, because the legs or the feet are always just like a hoverboard. The body is just like a different like the torso is just a different looking shell, and it's based on geometry. So it's not like it's not something that requires a lot of art direction. And then same for the head. It'll be a little bit easier for AI agents to make the characters. And no, this won't be 2D pre-rendered sprites. This will be as much as we can do in phaser. I think I am going to go with phaser, Michael. That was a good suggestion. Guys, our likes are going up. I'm happy to see that as the days have gone on, the streams have been bigger and bigger each time. I don't think we reached as many concurrent viewers on this stream as we did yesterday, but we started yesterday's stream, so that's encouraging to see. Not that it matters a ton, but it is a good like benchmark to know how the reach is. I'm not getting a ton of subs from the live streams though, but I don't really ask for them. All 9 dictation tests pass. The full test target compiles. Now let me read the actual UI so I can give you accurate steps, okay? Yeah, I've got a lot of tests in iterated. I think there's like 2,700 tests so far. Yeah, I agree, Michael. They have been super test heavy, especially Codex. Minigames are all real time for the most part. They actually aren't as turn-based as the board game. And even the turn-based board game is still like real-time feedback for the other players. They kind of watch the other players as they go. So take that into consideration. I'm also going to drop in some of the mini-game ideas that we have. I want to keep a consistent style throughout all of the mini games with like the leaderboard for the mini game, and we want to aggregate the points, whatever we derive them from in the mini game, and they should contribute to the overall score as well. Here are some ideas. I'm just having Codex, or just having ChatGPT write a quick spec for the first 10 mini games.
I want to have a typing race too. So I don't know if you guys type much, but I want to have, for one of the mini games, a words per minute typing. And I want to mix it up, because if somebody's like really good with like gaming, or they're really fast at typing or something, they should be happy when they get that game. But then some of the games are going to be more luck based or more strategy based, and that way we get a good mix for the different types of people that are playing. And maybe you like kind of look out for your favorite game, because there's going to be an element of randomness for the game selection. All right, so for the dictation, it's settings, voice, dictation, toggle push to talk dictation. It's off by default and deliberately so. Turning it on is what registers a system-wide key and triggers the permissions ask. Mac OS will ask for speech recognition and microphone. You'll also need accessibility for it to type into the other apps. I couldn't read the TCC database to check whether iterated dev already holds it. How to test it: click into another app, notes, browser field, a terminal, hold Control Option D, speak, release. The words get typed at your caret. The point is that it works with iterated in the background, so testing it inside iterated somewhat misses what it's for. Terminal or Electron app, a password field, okay. All right, so we're gonna test it. Here it is, dictation. We're gonna turn it on. And I'm going to change the hotkey to my mouse button, but I need to close WhisperFlow first because it's currently using the same one.
transcript history, clean up model, clean up with the model. Just clean up with the model do. It won't let me turn it on yet. All right, we're gonna do mouse 4, and I'm gonna test it really quick right here. This is a dictation test. Is it coming through? Yeah, it didn't work, guys. It's infinitely listening. Well, it says it's listening. This is just the first take. So let's just say I want you to make it optional hold to talk or press and press again in the settings. And I also would like you to make sure this is compatible, because right now it's stuck on this and I'm not holding, and I don't think it's truly listening. Also, the dictation pill that's floating should be much smaller, more similar to the glass badge over the voice orb when I'm talking to it, and it should be near my mouse cursor following it, and I activate dictation. Reward hacking and dopamine spikes should be good for engagement, LOL. Yeah, I agree. It'll just be fun to get people a little bit more involved. Have a place where we can kind of go to do something a little bit more interactive other than just chat, and have me be on the stage here, which is fine, but it'd be cool to get some other people involved somehow. And I think Vibe Party will be a good way to do it. I'm on Mac OS 27 developer beta, and I had new Siri beta since June. What you're wiring in for voice is important for how people are using things now, but Siri has changed a lot of this. So Siri's getting better. So we might, on Mac, just be able to use Siri. Is that what you're telling me? I think that's what you're saying. New Siri beta since June. What you're wiring in for voice is important for how people are using things now, but Siri has changed a lot of this. So in the future, Siri is going to be the primary route that people take for just native dictation. That would be pretty sweet if they just built that in, because they'd probably do it better than anyone else, and they do it locally, and it would just be a part of the Apple ecosystem. People have been waiting a while, and Siri is at the perfect time right now, I think, to really start to garner some momentum, because these voice agents are really starting to become a serious part of people's workflow. It's not just a toy anymore. Like, I think back to when Amazon took the big moves with the Alexa and those kind of those home assistant devices. What was that, 10, 15 years ago now, when they first started with all that? Maybe even further back. And now it's finally starting to catch up. The AI is getting good enough. That's pretty sweet. So what's it running on? They had a partnership with Google, right? So is it running on like Google models? Is that safe to assume? Maybe some local Apple models too, for some of the basic commands and the basic tasks. It's Gemini. So I should be prepared for that. If Siri is going to be a big part of the future of this operating system, and they're starting to lean into things like dictation and making it simpler, that could change how I do things with voice, especially because I'm building on the Mac ecosystem. And that is one of the things that is nice about Apple, and increasingly is getting better, is their local models. If you turn on Apple AI, the things that you just have available on your system out of the box are already incredibly capable. And it builds a lot of this stuff into these Swift apps. Like, one of the cool things that I like from Apple is like their photo viewer that allows you to instantly just copy text out of a photo. Instant OCR. It's baked into the Apple ecosystem. You don't have to build any of that. And it does a great job, especially for being local. It is a bit of a hack because Apple is like so far ahead on those types of features on like local models. A lot of that stuff you'd normally have to go to a cloud provider to get the same level of quality that the Apple local models can provide. I feel like Apple's tried to work with like all of the hyperscalers, all of the other hyperscalers, and like model companies. Kind of funny that it landed on Gemini, even though someone was telling me that that Google, being the default browser on Safari and paying for that, got Google in trouble with the FTC. Monopolistic practices. That. All right, it's running the tests now for the dictation feature. I can see the I can see it flashing through all the UI tests over on my other monitor. So hopefully we don't drop quality here or anything. AppKit has half of what you need in the new 27 CLI tools. Apple and Google are in each other's pockets, yes. But you're on YouTube, so we love Google. Yeah, you're right. I love Google. Gemini's probably watching this video. Some version of Gemini is probably offering to rank this video right now. I don't know if you saw that, but they have implemented in their ranking algorithm large language models. They already had some traditional tools that they would use for like ranking like different algorithms, but now they have AI suggestion. Like anything that used to be a search bar is now turning into a chat bar. I've noticed that too. Every input box is becoming AI enabled on the internet. Alt 13 pass. Okay. It's rebooting. It's kind of exciting when it rebuilds, when it has a new feature in here. We lose audio, but all right, we got to check it out. We got to see if the dictation actually finally works. But you're right, I should be considering the new way of doing things. The engine on device Apple. So it's already doing some stuff with Apple. It's doing the transcription, I think. But I can switch it to 11 Labs Scribe. So on device, I had a friend of mine build a similar tool, and he uses the on device Apple setup. We'll see how good it is. Hold to talk or press to start and stop. I want press to start and stop. And we're on mouse 4. If I click. Hello, this is a test. I'm just trying to see if the dictation works. It looks like it's next to my mouse. But I don't see the little glyph moving to my voice in real time. I would like for it to move to my voice in real time. Let's see if it worked. If you get this, it means that it pasted in and worked properly in the terminal and iterated. See, it needs to warn me about that sooner. No speech detected. It said it at the end. It's something with my microphone source, probably. It should use this. Claude is running on Google Cloud too, though. Anthropic runs a lot of it on Google. So some might say it's Gemini all the way down. Yeah, but did you see that Claude is actually getting into, Anthropic is getting into their own silicon, their own chips? I saw a report about that. I didn't read too much into it. I should ask one of the agents to see about giving us like a little rundown on that. Can you spawn a Grok agent to do some research on X and come back with what they can find on Anthropic and who they currently use for their inference hosting. Are they using GCP? Are they using X? Are they using SpaceX? Are they also are they building their own silicon? I want you to come back with a report. I want Grok to come back with a report and paste it, the markdown report.
Got it. Let me set that up and queue the request with clear constraints. Queued for Finch. It will run at the next idle point and return a markdown report with sources and
No speech detected is Apple's own error, surfaced only at the end. Let me see how the settings meter binds its device, since that one clearly works. All right, Vibe Party just opened up. Let's see. I mean, it doesn't look great right now, guys. It looks very generic out of the box. But I told it to make the styling tokens like easy to adjust in the future. So we'll continue as guest. Pick my name. All right, and then this is our robot right now. It got the general shape of this down, but it definitely needs some work on the different art design here. Needs some serious work on that. But let's see how like close it is. Enter party. It got the idea. It's just not, it just doesn't look that good. But we're just scaffolding it right now. So join the queue. Does it even take me that far? Oh, look, it's populating in the bots. Yeah, these robots don't look good yet. We're really gonna work on them and make them nice. Generating unique map. Procedural board. This is where the game chunk downloads. I don't know if it has gone this far yet. I think that it's just, let's see. Queue actually works. Hit join the queue. What I did not build, no auth, no schemas, no persistence, both sign-in paths, just advance. Onboarding state rides in the query string via constructs from params to params. Yeah, they're trying to, what is that called? They're trying to scale vertically into different industries that are analogous to inference. Instead of just being like the company that trains the model and serves the model, they want to be the hardware too. And it makes sense. And NVIDIA is going to have to navigate that. Because I think that Anthropic already doesn't use NVIDIA as much as they use GCP and Google. Because NVIDIA's chips are, I think, a little, I'm not 100% sure on this, but I think NVIDIA, from the sounds of it, their chips are more expensive and they're more like powerful. But they're also not as efficient as the TPUs and stuff like that that Google's doing. The newer chips. Like I think all of Anthropic stuff is running on, not all of it, but a lot of it is running on the newer stuff. All right, we lost the stream for a minute there. Sorry about that. NVIDIA and Microsoft are propping each other up. Yes, they are. The circular financing. But one of the things that I find interesting about that is that if you go listen, there's an interview, or maybe he talks about it in many interviews, but I think it was the Joe Rogan and Jensen Huang interview. And Jensen talks about how when he was starting NVIDIA, he was in some real financial trouble, and Sega, the game company, actually saved NVIDIA and wrote them a big check. And I think about that story a lot with what's happening with NVIDIA now, because it seems like to me that they're following that same playbook to try to like keep some of these players afloat. And it seems to me like from the things that Jensen has said that they really want to keep the full ecosystem alive, and they don't want to let these companies just like fail if they're coming upon hard times. And NVIDIA is kind of like the reserve currency of the reserve bank of the AI ecosystem, right? What up, my boy? What's up, FS Driver? Where are you tuning in from, man? All right. So we're working on trying to build a game, and it just looks like garbage so far. Looks like slop. But I did just tell it to scaffold it, so hopefully we can get it looking a little bit nicer. I'm going to tell it I'd like you to... And we're also working on our dictation feature, so we'll get that in a minute. But for now, I'm just typing my prompts because it requires a little bit more thinking too. Toronto. Sweet, man. I'm pretty close to you. I'm based in Michigan. I'm not on the east side of the state though. I'm on the west side of Michigan, so not super close to Canada, but thanks for tuning in. Lots of East Coasters here. You guys are up late. We've got Michael on the West Coast in beautiful San Diego, but Toronto, you're coming up on 2 o'clock right here with me. I'll be up the whole night vibe coding my lovable app. Okay, sweet, man. All right, so you're a vibe coder. What are you building? What are you building? And Lovable's gotten a lot better, I hear.
Allegedly, the current YouTube Live API can stream live chat messages at low latency and exposes things like normal chat, messages, polls, membership, super chats, and other event types for Vibe Party. Oh, are you saying that I could like link it in with the stream and have the super chats, the membership, the polls, all of that right inside of Vibe Party? Is that the idea? Yes, I've been with Lovable for 4 months and it's improving, but the better... It's improving, but they better for all the credits I paid them. LOL. Yeah. Well, Lovable has like an opinionated stack. From what I've heard, they have like a specific way of doing security, a specific way of doing payments. They're moving databases onto Lovable instead of having like a separate Supabase. From what I hear, they're hosting everything there, so they're really taking the whole cake. And you don't really have to worry too much about all of those different servers that you're gonna have to be running. That's my understanding of it, but it's been a while since I've been in Lovable. But what did you say you're building, man? I don't think I saw. And I think I missed this one. Yes, and Oracle is part of it too, being propped up. Yeah, and there's a lot of government money behind it too, with that big project Stargate. All right, so we're launching 2 sub agents. One of them is going to work on some different themes for this because right now it's very stocky and it looks like Microsoft Paint or something on that shadow. It's not great. Pretty boring to look at. So we got one working on themes and we've got one working on the characters because right now they look like crap. You know, they're just like these like little 2D shapes and they just look really bad. So we're having it actually design the characters in 3JS and we're going to make them a lot nicer. I've made a web app that I'm running ads to and acquiring MRR. Okay, so it's one of those apps where if you told us the idea, it's like one of those things where we could copy you and you wouldn't want to tell us the idea because it's like an SEO based thing. Is it one of those? And then you would just run ads to generate revenue, like a calculator of some kind? Or a tool like that, like somebody just searches for it and is that what it is? Your moat is still being built. Okay. Yeah, there's a whole class of people that that do that kind of thing. Like they just play the SEO game and they build a bunch of like little mini tools and then they might have a paid version too, but they might also just be supported by ads. And I've thought about doing that, and I'll just share one of the ideas that I came up with. It was like food label creation for like Etsy sellers, because that's something that people always complain about on Reddit. So you can go on like things like Reddit and you can ask your AI agents to like research the problems that people are talking about where nothing exists that just does the simple thing that they want done. And obviously a certain cohort of us, the people who are watching the stream, are probably just going to use AI for everything, and we know how powerful it is. But for certain people that just want a simple tool to do one thing that there isn't an existing tool for, we can build that and position it in the market. We can do a lot of our research on things like Reddit, or just looking at like keyword traffic, right? No, that's a sweet idea. I love how like people that come to this stream, you guys are like all building really like cool practical things. It's not just like a bunch of slop. Try it now with Scarlet selected. Okay, let's see if dictation works now.
All right, this is a test to see if dictation is working. Still no speech detected. Did you rebuild / restart? For those of you guys just tuning in, if there's anybody new here. Oh, wait, I'll get the chat first. Yeah, I hate when people call it slop. It's like a slur word. You're at 70K. $70K like customers, and you're still building your moat, or 70K what? Maybe I missed something, or maybe I probably asked you a question. Revenue? You're at 70K revenue with this tool, and you're building it on Lovable. That's pretty sweet, man. Yeah, is it ARR or is that MRR? Or is it like one-time total revenue? That's incredible. Yeah, don't share the niche in chat. You got to keep that one. Got to keep that one under wraps. Total revenue? That's incredible, man. You shouldn't be worried about Lovable spending tokens, I guess. Have to get me to sign an NDA or something and then show me the tool. I'd love to see what you got going. Kind of kidding. Oh, man. Thanks for tuning in and sharing, though. That's inspiring. For those of you who are just tuning in, this stream is being run by another tool that I have called Context Cut. It's a OBS alternative, but it also has my timelines, right? So I just cut up my recent video, or I had AI agents cut up my recent video, and they put it all into this timeline here. And I can come in here, I can do anything you do in, say, Premiere or whatever else you might use. And then on the studio, we can stream and we can record, we can do anything that you'd normally be able to do in OBS. But the unique thing about Context Cut is that we're getting context when we're recording, because a lot of the other tools, they'll just record one file. With Context Cut, we're recording the transcript live. We're creating proxies. We're creating a CLI tool that allows the agent to efficiently get things like a contact sheet, for instance, to be able to see the frames and how they line up with the transcript. It also tracks my mouse telemetry. So like, where's my mouse on the screen? It's going to bake that into a telemetry file that moves along with the video, so that the agents know when they're editing the video, okay, your mouse, they don't have to analyze the image. They just know based on the state of the file that the mouse is in the upper center quadrant of the screen when I'm clicking here. And when I'm saying something, it knows, okay, Carter is talking about this region of the screen because he's clicking on it and he's talking about it right now. And so that's what's streaming this right now. And that's also what I've been creating and editing my YouTube videos with. So that's one tool. And then the other thing we're working on here is Iterated.ai. And this one is available to the public right now. We're trying to get our first few users. But this is an agentic development environment native to Apple. It's going to be on the Apple ecosystem. Currently working on the phone app as well, so you can bring your agents with you anywhere you go. And we've got a few projects going today. We have the Vibe Party, which is a little game that we're building for everyone here on stream. to hang out and enjoy. It's going to be like a kind of like Mario Party, if you guys have ever played that board game with mini games, and so that'll be fun. I kind of wireframed it here, and I had GPT Image 2 create some art design for it earlier. And then we're also working on Iterated itself. We're working on adding a dictation feature, and right now it's having trouble picking up my microphone. But once we figure this out, it's going to work in the future. It's just wiring it up to use my mic. So I may have to get the permissions going. All right, let's see what we got in chat. Mind, my bank account was negative 64 4 months ago when I went live. I sold plasma to buy credits. Damn, dude. So you really committed to this, and then it sounds like you went like rags to riches over that 4 months, but I bet you there was a lot of work behind that. I bet it wasn't as simple as like a stroke of luck. It sounds like this was pretty calculated from how you're describing your business model. This isn't my main business model. I just wanted to start streaming because I was building this tool for myself, and I was also building Context Cut for myself. And as a YouTuber, these tools are super valuable, especially as an AI YouTuber. So with my setup here, my main income stream is YouTube ad revenue and outside client work from people that want to work with us, that see our YouTube videos. And then the primary income stream is our community at AI Foundations. My brother and I run that one. But this, I'm just trying to see if I can get a movement going around this app, and just kind of share while I'm vibe coding, because I've spent many late nights vibe coding alone or listening to other streamers. So I figured it's about time to start my own. Michael, are you dropping prompts for me? Is that what that is? AV audio engine, speech analyzer, text transcriber. It's like a flow chart that you just dropped in here. Let's go. That's sweet. Let's see if it fixed it, because it did just reboot this. So we'll see if it... Hello, this is a test. This is a big test, and I don't think that it's coming through. Oh yeah, it's still not working. Maybe I'll drop that in, whatever Michael said. Mic to AV audio engine to speech analyzer to speech transcriber. Refactor the authentication middleware. Final, false, Unix socket, your harness. Yeah, I was a degen dropshipper that always wanted to make a SaaS, then discovered Claude. I've been checking your stuff. It's pretty cool. Well, thanks, FSD driver. Yeah, ecom is like a blood sport, isn't it? It's tough to make a profit in ecom, I've heard. What's the secret to making a profit in ecom, would you say? I've got to type this manually, Michael, because it won't let me copy that for some reason out of the YouTube chat. Did anybody in here watch any of my videos before they found this stream, or is this your first time coming across the channel is through the stream? The secret is to have 90% margins and aggressive marketing which is exactly what works with SaaS. Yeah, that's true. Except e-com is harder because you've got the physical products, right? There's a lot more that goes into that on the fulfillment side. I think a lot of e-com people are using AI tools now too to help them in their business and their product design and in sourcing and such. Oh, and by the way, Michael, it said, got your message about the pipeline. Let me finish this build, then check the modern speech API. That's likely the actual answer here. Speech Analyzer and Speech Transcriber are both in Mac OS 26.4 SDK. You're right. SF Speech Recognizer is the legacy path. Let me read the real API surface. Damn, Michael. You just came in with a fix that Opus 5 didn't recognize for the newer version. I have the full API. Let me check the model installation surface, which is a likely culprit for the no speech detected. I think that might really fix it because it's using the modern approach. I wonder if that'll work on the older MacBooks though. I was a drop shipper, so I handed off the whole logistics to another. I found you in my recommended because I've been going to many Vibe Coder streams to hang out, LOL. Well, I'm glad I was on the recommended and you didn't have to search for me. That's at least a good sign. I feel like we pull in a decent amount of concurrent viewers, but I have found you from Josh's stream. I'm interested in that software you said you're using to stream and edit videos. I'll have to rewind. That looks interesting. 26.4 should get you current OS. Okay. Yeah. Where in the world is Gillian? Context Cut is the tool that I'm using to stream and like edit these videos and stuff like that. But this one is a waitlist right now. You can join the waitlist at contextcut.app. I would say that it's in like alpha. It works great for me, but I've got to get it working and like a little bit more vendored out to people, right? Like you can download it, but there's just a lot of things like that I have to get dialed in with the onboarding. But I'm finding that more and more like people are super interested in Context Cut. They're not so much interested in the ADE. Although somebody said, Data Sherpa said today that he wanted to get a license for Iterated. So that was pretty sweet. He said he's gonna get one when he gets paid. But it's cool to see that people like the angle that I'm hitting with Context Cut, because I've tried a lot of AI video editing, and a lot of the traditional tools are just super janky when you try to vibe code a plugin or you try to fork something open source. And it is kind of nuts to just go and rebuild your own nonlinear video editing timeline and rebuild OBS and rebuild streaming all in one tool. But I say this all the time. I'm trying to get to the point where inference is my primary bill, and then I'm building all the tools that I use. So inference and some minor web hosting would be a good place to be. And then eventually, later down the line, if we can get to a point where the local models are good enough, own the entire stack, right? Own the hardware, own a local model that is basically free. And then at that point, we're just paying for electricity. But I don't know if I'd ever start up my own web hosts or anything like that, or like my own cloud. I'd probably always be hosting stuff in the cloud because that's just a lot to manage. I already had a local box in my office, but it keeps going out. Can I ask, what is the benefit of your product? This one or Context Cut? Are you talking about Iterated or the streaming tool? Because this is the one I was talking about before. I have a VPS with cPanel. Yep, that's the end game.
Yeah, it'll be sweet, man. Once we get good enough hardware, because like right now, a lot of these local models that are really compelling, they're giant, or like the open weight or open source. I know it's like there's a distinction there between the two. My point is anything that these big model providers are running, anything that we're running here in Iterated right now, like these giant Claude models, the Grok models, even the new Kimi model, they're trillions of parameters. So nothing local is able to run that stuff yet. But the trend seems to be that eventually there will be enough innovation that we'll be able to run a lot of these things locally if we have pretty solid hardware. So that is the dream. The tool you are currently building, this is Iterated. So the benefit of it is that it is an open canvas where I have all of my windows. The idea is I don't want to have to leave and context switch. I find that I'm more efficient when I'm in this kind of freeform open environment here, and I can do anything that I would do on my computer without window switching or anything like that. And so the benefit of this is that you can get more locked in, you can get more focused, you can go full screen, and it's gated out by your different projects. So a bunch of agents in here. We have the orchestrator orb, so I can talk to it. I would like you to bring Ranja to the front and then stack everything else to the side.
Got it. I'm going to pull Ranja forward and tuck the rest into a side stack. Done. Everything else is stacked aside and Ranja is up front.
All right, go to sleep.
Good night.
I'm also working on the iOS app for it so that you can pair it up with your device, with your computer, and you can bring it anywhere as long as you have an iPhone and a MacBook. We're also working on cloud agents too, so that you can run these TUIs like this Claude code here. I could just sign into my provider in the cloud, and then I could sync it up with the desktop, or I could sync it up with my phone and just have these things running on a VPS or something like that, so that I don't have to have my computer on. But that's the product direction. The idea is just to really bring everything into one window. I have all this multimedia going on. We have the playlist, and I probably need to start up another playlist because our music's been dead for a minute. I can generate images with GPT Image 2 right into here. The agents can kind of like throw some of the stuff in here. You can do all the things that you would do in Excalidraw. So being a creator, this is really useful because if I'm doing content and I need to quickly just explain something, I can draw on the screen. I can do squares. I can do connectors, things like that. So those are some of the benefits. It's really just kind of trying to bring everything into one unified place so that I don't have to like ask, where was that thing, you know? And then the voice orchestrator is super helpful too. So yeah, that's the tool I'm currently building. And then context cut, that one's pretty obvious, I think, the benefit of that one. All right, let's try the dictation. All right, this is a test for dictation. Are we getting audio? Oh, look at that, guys. It worked. All right, this is a test for dictation. Are we getting audio? It worked. It punctuated it. It even put a comma in there. Let's try it again. It feels satisfying because it plays the little lock noise too when it starts. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Hey there, this is a quick test. Okay, it looks like it's working, but the problem is the little glyph is not moving with my voice. That glyph needs to be sensitive to my microphone so that it moves when I'm speaking, and we can clearly tell that I'm speaking when the little glyph pops up. All right, how did it do? Hey, there's a quick test. Okay, it looks like it's working, but the problem is the little glyph is not moving with my voice. That glyph needs to be sent. Yeah, it got it pretty solid. So this must be the native Apple
dictation, which is actually really looking pretty solid, guys. It got it pretty accurate. Thank you, Michael, for the help with that prompt that you gave me, getting me on the modern approach. I think that made all the difference. So it's going to be geared towards content creators, YouTubers, photo editors, etc. Yup, native Apple, aka Siri, LOL. Yup. Yeah, I think my ICP for Context Cut is very clear to me. I'll pull up both the tools so we can talk about them a little bit. So for Context Cut, it's pretty obviously for people that record things on their computer and they do talking head style videos and they use AI in those workflows, which is a growing market, you know. It's also a bit of an unpredictable market to see where it's going to go, but I'm also narrowed down to Mac OS. You've got to keep in mind, because I'm making that a hard requirement on all of my tools that it's going to be Mac operating system. But this tool is pretty defined down to like technical creators. That's the kind of tagline that I came up with for Context Cut, technical creators. But for Iterated, I think the ICP could be anybody that does vibe coding, but particularly people that are doing like work alongside their vibe coding and they kind of want the operating system feel, right? They want to be able to log in and they want to be able to have assets generated like images, like music from 11 Labs or some of the other modalities. Maybe they're doing like a big full-blown marketing push or something like that. It's also useful to just be in this free-form environment where there's not like that context switching and dealing with the annoying Finder on Apple. Like I don't care for the Finder and I don't care for the Spotlight search either. Like maybe you guys have had better luck with it, but I feel like it never brings me to what I want, right? And I was talking about this too, the screenshot tool. It's super quick and precise. And I can get my screenshots in here fast. And then if I wanted to, I can even throw images into like a slideshow playlist like that. So the idea of it is to really just make some of these things like a quality of life improvement. Like normally when you screenshot on a Mac, it disappears too fast. And then there's not just like a quick place to grab your screenshots from. I mean, there's shortcuts and there's things that you can do, but it's not intuitive to have to like, okay, I screenshotted something, but the little preview thing disappeared. So now I've got to like go grab it from a folder, or I've got to know like some kind of copy paste shortcut for it. I really like being able to quickly hit the mouse key. I've got some mouse shortcut buttons and just drop my stuff in, you know. And now we have that for dictation too. Check it out. So I can just talk, and then I hit the button again. And it's doing a great job so far. So just kind of quiet. Now we're moving to these embodied agents where you have different things in the app that show you the liveness of the agent, like these comments that are going around the agent when they're actually like running. Eventually I wanted to add a feature where the agent can have a voice too. And I'm not talking about just like some gimmicky thing. I'm talking about like if I'm on the go, I get a notification pops down on my phone. I click the notification and I can listen to a voice report transcribed from any of the agents on my iterated workspace. That's the idea. So just making it a more natural experience to work with these agents, really. The screenshot feature is something I need, LOL. Yeah, absolutely, man. And it's such a simple little thing, but sometimes simple is better. And it's just so quick and delightful to use overall. So a lot of it is like, now that we have these incredible tools, I can build all the things that I don't like about Apple's native setup, which there's not a lot that I don't like, but there are some little things that they just don't have quite to my liking. So it's nice we can build all that in. The streaming partials from your sketch aren't built. That engine contract is deliberately batched. Newer's design notes argues that it keeps on device recognizer, a hosted API, a local model, the same shape, moving to streaming changes that seem, so I'd rather do it as its own piece. Well, I would say that the transcription works just fine with Apple. The only thing that we might want to go out to a different model for wouldn't necessarily be the transcription now that we've got the Apple transcription locked, because this is a much nicer dependency than another API key. But the only thing where we might need some extra help, and maybe we can use a local Apple model for this as well, but cleaning up what I'm saying. Like, I want it to be able to come through verbatim if I repeat myself or something like that, but I want it to be a switch, like a toggle in the settings that allows me to put cleanup on the transcription too. So for instance, if I'm listing something out or rattling something off, it would come back as a list, and maybe it would make what I'm saying more concise and get rid of some of the repetitions. A very light cleanup is what that mode would do. But I also want a verbatim mode, so keep that in mind. But we probably don't need Scribe for the actual transcription now, because this thing is really good. Okay, so we've tried it in Iterated. Hey, what's up, Link Up? Where are you tuning in from? Link Up W3L. Welcome aboard. You're reducing multi-tool friction. Yeah, that's a good way to say it, Michael. I love that. I'm going to steal that. I'm going to put that on my landing page. Link Up, what are you building? What are you doing? Glad to see you. Where are you tuning in from? We have a lot of people who are just up late vibe coding. Here on this stream. Yeah, man. I should have actually thought of that sooner. The Apple Foundation models. I am building this for Mac, right? And it's not really a dependency that I need to worry about, because we're not porting it over to anything else. I might have a web component to this at some point, but I'm definitely not going to build like a local Windows or Linux version of this, I don't think. Unless it starts pulling in substantial revenue, I could see maybe doing a couple different releases that I have to keep up with. But right now it's already hard enough dealing with the App Store and getting these releases out. So I already have a web version deployed, which is just account management and stuff like that right now, and payments and getting signed up to use it. And then I have the desktop version, which isn't on the App Store for Mac OS. It's just a DMG that they can download if they're authed on the site. And then I have the phone app, which is just in test flight right now. And it works great, but my hiccup with the phone app right now is thinking about how I can package it up nicely and send it over to the what is it called? Like the developer review at the App Store. Because I don't know how they're going to test it, because there are so many dependencies in this app that you have to have set up, and it's like a companion app for the computer. So I am considering standing up like a demo server where it has maybe like a canned agent set up and an API key that's rate limited, so that they can just test the phone app, right? Yep, test flight. It's in test flight, and I also have a lot of the privacy submission and a lot of the
setup done for the App Store, for the phone app, but I'm a little hung up on how I'm going to hand that off to them. You know, that's the hard part, because I don't want it to get denied. Just used Google Cloud for the test. I could use, or maybe, you know what I need? I just need to simplify the tool so it has fewer dependencies coming in when other people are using it out of the box. That's a two-pronged thing that I need to do. The first reason, automatically on their device, they need to be able to do that. That's the first reason. And the second reason is just for like testing and getting it pushed through the App Store. Stream froze. It looks like it's coming in pretty good on my end. I didn't see it go down. It just says excellent. But you're saying it's going down. I wonder if I would see it. Yeah, it doesn't look how it normally does when you guys say it's going down. Like it's not, there's no interruptions. Do I enjoy streaming on YouTube? Are you talking like YouTube in comparison to like Twitch or the other platforms, or are you just saying like, do I enjoy streaming in general? YouTube is just where I'm starting because I already have an audience on YouTube. Although my audience isn't really probably as in-depth on this stuff as I am. But in general, yeah, I'm enjoying streaming. This is only day 3 and we've done this for 3 days in a row. Each night I've been getting on, and I would normally be working on something like this. It does take a little bit more endurance to talk and like to manage everything and to not leak my credentials on the screen or anything like that, and dealing with the stream outages. But aside from that, I do enjoy it. I've been enjoying it. I like it for the fact that it's kind of like it's a game, you know, like I'm an analytics junkie, and I bet you are too, based on like you're talking about your revenue and stuff like that and your past businesses. But I just like to see improvement. So when I see like total views on the stream for the whole time go up, that's exciting. When I see like a new record for concurrent viewers, or I see that average view duration climbing, you know, it motivates me. And now, even after 3 days, there's already some regular people that are showing up that I've seen in the chat. Michael has been here through it all so far. He's watched the whole journey. So it's cool to get to know some people and have other people to hang out with while you're vibe coding. So I think I like it. For now, I would like you to get into the dev build for this, a theme switcher.
And this should just be purely a dev tool. We're not going to have different themes. We're just testing out some different UIs. So I want you to put a switcher into there as an overlay so I can see the menu UIs. And I would also like you to make sure that we get those 3JS characters in there and get them to stop looking so flat and looking more like the spec image that I gave you. How do you have infinite tokens? Oxter the Cute. I don't have infinite tokens, but I do have quite a bit of usage left for this week. I've got 2 Claude accounts, 20x Claude accounts. I've got a Codex 20x, got a Grok 99 I think per month, and then Kimmy Code, which doesn't show the usage quotas. I can't access that for some reason. Yeah, I just have quite a few AI models, and the reason for that is, yeah, they're all on double max. So my inference is like, what is it? It's like 200 Claude 1, 200 Claude 2, 200 Codex, 99 Super Grok right now. And that's like a 3-month deal. That shoots up afterwards. So I'm actually going to be canceling Grok, or I'm going to downgrade because I don't need to go up to their one that's higher than 99. I think it like goes up to like 300, but I'm on that 3-month right now. But I definitely don't need $300 worth of Grok. It is nice at certain things, but, and then, I think it's like $65 for mid-tier Kimmy Code. So that's why I have so much inference. But by the end of the week, these two, especially with all the streaming I've been doing, these two are going to be cached. They're going to be pretty close to done. Codex, I always have leftover Codex, and I've got a bunch of usage resets stocked up too. I could probably lower my Codex plan, because I think a lot of people get by on the smaller Codex plans. And then I'll still have Grok left. I was using that a lot more before when it first came out. And then Kimmy Code, I should probably cancel because I'm going to have plenty of that left too. The only ones that I max out and run out of tokens on are the Claude ones. And I never usually like run out totally. It's just I conserve them towards the end of the week, and I slow down a little bit on those models, and then I pivot over to these ones. And I try to make sure that my workflow is built around that too, because if the Claude models are more capable at a particular type of work, I prefer to use them on, things like the dictation that I just implemented. Because I find that they do it a little bit of a cleaner implementation, whereas like Codex, so this just does what I want. The Claude models, they just kind of do what I want. I found that Codex sometimes can do what I want, but it's a little bit too technical. Like how do I put this? I mean, you guys probably know what I mean. It's just thorough and technical, and like it might not, it kind of hedges and kind of just builds plans for the feature, but never really like fully bakes it in how I would want to see it. And that's a generalization. Like sometimes it can work fine. But then Grok and Kimmy Code, they can do some incredible things. I've seen like some incredible work come out of these models, but the problem is I find that when I start using these models, they get features done really fast, and they're always like pretty much right, but there's like little things about them that are wrong. And I think that they also tend to rewrite they tend to write new code instead of like reusing and keeping the code base clean. Whereas I find Claude like strikes a good balance of like the Codex and the other models.
Yeah, it's a long-winded way to say how I manage my token limits. Wow, what's the point of this mess? Aren't these monthly? How do you afford all of these? What? Well, all right. The first address. What's the point of this mess? What are you referring to? Are you talking about the ADE? All this stuff I've got going on? This is my agentic development environment. Aren't these monthly? Yes, they're monthly. How do you afford them? I afford them because my entire job is to review AI models, help companies implement AI models, test AI models. So it's all a write-off, and it's the only thing. It's like one of my business's only expenses. So that's how I can afford them. So my channel, Productive Dude, it recently, well, I shouldn't say recently, but let's see, back about 2 years ago, I posted my first video about AI. And before that, my channel was 100% no code, low code, automation, but like that no code era that we were in, right? And then ChatGPT. Oh, actually, I had videos older than that. I had a Midjourney video here, adding text to images. Midjourney here. I had some ChatGPT here. So it goes back a little bit further. But to answer your question, my channel is 100% AI now. You know, so when I make these videos, like some of them generate some serious revenue. But I have to, like the Claude full tutorial, this one here, this one's at 800,000 views. And so the AdSense from this video in 1 month is basically paying for all of my AI subscriptions, just this one video, just AdSense on this one video, not extra offers, not anything that's going to it. So it's, I can justify it because every once in a while I'll have a banger video and it'll get members into our community. It'll also pull in AdSense. And we're recently starting to look at sponsors. Okay, this robot looks a lot better, I think, guys. I don't know if you guys saw the old one, but I think this is looking like a lot closer to what I wanted. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I do like how it's just like a simple setup. I don't know about the bases. I would like the bases to kind of be like coming off the torso a little bit more rather than just like hovering beneath it and having that gap. But I do think that the little robot guy is looking a lot better now. I still want to be able to customize it, but I'm glad that they got the 3JS model in here finally. But the UI still looks super vibe coded. All right. Do you use Gemini for Nano Banana Pro when you need 4K pics, or are you pretty much full ChatGPT images, or do you get that from Higgsfield? So I just wrapped up my Higgsfield full tutorial. I did a full tutorial on it because a lot of people were, it was a hot tool, you know, and I used it for a while too, but I'm glad that I got the full tutorial finished with because I think I'm going to be moving off of Higgsfield actually. Number one, I don't know if you guys saw, but they just recently had that big thing where, it came out that in their terms, in their privacy policy and stuff, it like says basically like anything you generate here, like they have rights over. Somebody just like flagged something like that. So that was a big PR event for Higgsfield, and like people didn't like to see that. Some kind of like policy on whatever you generate here is we technically own the rights to, something like that, something ridiculous. And also they're just way too expensive, man. Way too expensive. So what you can use, which I'm sure like some of you guys are familiar with these, but like you can use FAL, I think it's FAL.ai, or you can use Key.ai, or in some cases for some of the models you can use OpenRouter. Except OpenRouter doesn't have all the modalities as well as FAL and Key. But you can pretty much get everything that Higgsfield has to offer except for the Higgsfield models, which they do have some good LoRa's for like what's it called? Like character consistency. That's one thing that I would say Higgsfield like is really good at. They've packaged it up really nice and made it super easy to create your own character that like looks pretty legit. But outside of that, like you can get pretty much all the models from FAL and Key or OpenRouter, and then you can vibe code your own interface just like Higgsfield, or there's other like open source alternatives. So I'm moving more and more away from that. But the reason is I would say 90% of what I use Higgsfield for is GPT image 2, and that was just stupid. Why not just go to ChatGPT? And now I just use iterated mostly if I want to get images. Like this one was from GPT image. These thumbnails over here, if I go to a different project. These thumbnails, I just generated these with GPT image, and it just throws them right onto the board for me. So I was asking everybody earlier, like, which one should I go with, 1 or 2? You know, and these are just GPT image. And I would say, like, I mean, it makes me look a lot nicer, that's for sure. Like, it makes me look a lot more polished. But I would say, like, it does a good job of getting the character right. Like, a pretty good job of dialing that. Do I have any tips for prompting to stop wasting tokens? I don't do a lot of prompt modifications yet. One of the things that you can do is you can use something like Ponytail, or you can use some of those command compressors. I don't know if anybody else in here uses those. I haven't really tried them a ton, but like there's tools out there that will compress your tool calls. So when the agent does a tool call, it doesn't get back like a giant input token. Somebody help me with what those are called. I don't remember what they're called, but like that's one of the things I'd look at, because when the agents are doing like their bash commands and stuff like that, they get a giant response usually, but there's tools you can install that compress that amount down to just what the agent would need. So it makes them more accurate in a lot of cases, and it also reduces the amount of tokens. And then also just, I guess, just prioritizing what you want to work on. I think having more tokens allows me to work on multiple projects at once. And the other thing is, guys, is I have two clients that I was working on their stuff before this. And I was using my tokens on the client work too. Like I've got a festival that I built their website, and they have like Stripe on there for payment and stuff like that. And then I have a lawyer in Texas who does oil and gas litigation, and they have like this this blog that they wanted built, and now we're building a second blog for them. So we're like doing all of these, like, they're not really blogs, they're more like analysis of like past cases, and they use it internally, but they also use it as like a marketing tool. But I'm working on a lot of projects is my point. And the projects that I'm working on that pay me help me afford the projects like the Vibe Party game that we're building, right? Because I have the extra tokens to do this because I'm making enough income from my other projects. So I would kind of flip it on its head and think about like, how can I make $200 to cover my Claude Code sub this month with my Claude Code sub? Because that's I think, an easier route to go. Like 200 is not a lot. I mean, it is when you think about it going out, but when you think about it coming in and the possibilities with Claude Code, 200 is justified, I would say. And I wouldn't have said that for any other software or tool, typically. But for AI, like, it's wildly underpriced. We're still spoiled by how underpriced AI is. I have a tool in here that shows me usage. And there's this tab right here called leverage. And the leverage tab shows me how much I would be paying if I wasn't using my subscriptions with the AI tool. So if I go to all time here, you'll see that on August 2nd, I would have had to pay 566 times what I paid had I gone through the Opus 5 API, but I was using the subscription and they had a model, or they had a usage reset or something. And I just like kept maxing out session after session after session and using the full subscription allotment. And so my point in saying all this is like, it's still super cheap compared to what you'd be paying through the API if you can get on some of these subscription plans. And my overall for the leverage is 5x. So that's pretty good. I'm getting 5x the inference that I would if I were paying through the API. I did buy some Claude usage tokens for Fable when it first came out, but now I don't use Fable as much. I just use Opus 5. When Fable first came out, I got not Codex. I got Cursor for a little bit, and they had like a sign-on bonus where if you paid like, I don't know what it was, you could pay a certain amount, and it was like they were giving you a lot of Fable tokens when it first came out. So I abused the heck out of that. Just bought it, maxed it out, and then canceled Cursor. Has it fallen off? I don't think it's fallen off. Could still use it. Could still use it, but it does eat through tokens really fast. And I find that Opus 5 is decent. You did the same thing with Cursor for Fable? Yeah. It's like always like trying to find where the inefficiencies are, or where they're using inference as marketing and not as their entire profit model. If the company is profiting off of inference, then you probably you're the sucker, you know? That's the way I look at it. And that's the way it is with Higgsfield. You're the sucker because they're charging you like 3 or 4x what these models would normally cost. And they're just sapping your wallet, you know? Yeah, guys, it's getting pretty darn late. I probably should go to sleep soon. Check out the themes. Okay, I'm already liking this a little bit better. That font looks nice. I just had it generate some themes that we could look at. This one looks more like a game to me. You know? Like, nicer vibe. Then there's this one. This one looks kind of, I think it looks nicer than the original one, but I don't know if I... The arcade one. I don't know. You guys tell me as I'm going through these. Is there one that you like out of these themes? There's a few that I've seen where I like elements of them. And then I like elements of some of the other ones.
The editorial one actually looks pretty nice. Looks a little too professional to be a game, but I like these layouts where it's throwing like the giant title up top and then it's putting a nice little menu on the side here. Prism. Yeah, this one looks like your typical like vibe coding. This one does too. It's starting to use that same theme everywhere. Ember. It put that same, I'm pretty sure it put that same exact theme into, yeah, look, it put it into Iterated, Ember Glass. Look, it's almost verbatim the same thing. It looks like I'm in the same app. I just put that theme on. It is like kind of a nice theme, but the problem is these themes that are like in the training data that you don't kind of design and work with Claude to build, but you just tell Claude to add some themes. They all end up looking the same across all of the different tools. So you've got to kind of guard against that if you want it to look unique. Would you say you're profitable in your AI spending? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, indirectly, the AI spending is bringing me probably like $250,000 a year right now. But not all directly through just things that I've built with it. Also through the hype that AI has created and the ability for me to be able to present these tools to a large number of people and teach people about them. That's where a lot of the economic value comes from. It doesn't come directly from spending the tokens. It comes from sharing the tools and teaching the tools. And for that, I need to spend on the tools. But then I've also built Lurdy, and Lurdy is at like probably 1.5K MRR, something like that. It's kind of like this, except it's like an open router key and it's just in your browser. And I built it during the N8N days, back when like N8N was hard to deliver things. I don't know if you guys remember that, but like it was great for like back office automations. But if you wanted to create like a chat bot that somebody could use, it was really hard to like just connect that up. You'd always have to like give somebody like access to a Telegram bot or something. But we built Lurdy.ai, and that tool made that whole handoff process easier, and that still generates some income. But the main income comes from right now kind of the hype wave of AI. But then again, like our product is, we use AI to help us maintain our product itself too. And then this new venture, this live streaming adventure that I'm on with Context Cut and Iterated, this is more organic in early stages. This is definitely subsidized by the other things. And if this goes well, it's kind of like a moonshot. We'll see if we can get another income stream going with these tools if I can resonate with people. The first one was good with the big bold font. Arcade isn't bad. I have an anti-AI slop and anti-typical design skill. That's cool. Is it like Humanizer but for design? Like basically just telling it the common tells of an AI app. So this is the first one, but I think you were talking about Monolith, and I think this is my favorite too. Although I think that this could take up a little bit less vertical space. Like we could just make the text a little bit wider, because this feels a little bit low here. These boxes, when I go down to enter things, I'd have to work on the typography.
But generally, I like the idea of where it's going with the robots. I just think that they need some work. Like, what is going on with this guy's head? What is this supposed to be? Like a cube surrounded by more cubes? Is that what it is? The triangle head is not bad. And then the square, like the typical robot. But guys, we got dictation working. And I'm thrilled with it. I already like it better than Whisperflow. That might not stand forever. Like maybe I'll run into something where I'm like, oh man, Whisperflow had that thing and it sucks that I don't have it anymore, but I'm already loving it. So we've got transcript verbatim, and then we have light cleanup. And when I go to light cleanup, you can run the on-device Apple, or you can do a custom endpoint, which I'm going to make that more intuitive, but we'll have to work on that a little bit more in the future. But the on-device Apple dictation feels pretty solved. Feels pretty good. And I like just the super simple little glyph that pops up there. I've just got to get the audio actually making it move, and then when I stop and I click, it does a little check mark. I don't want some giant bubble popping up on the screen. I just need like a little nudge to say like, hey, you're recording, it's live, you know, and then little confirmation at the end. Some of those things look like crazy. .3JS and 3D has been my nemesis. I think AI is getting better at it though, man. I think it is. Slow and steady, but it's getting better at it. And I don't think that this, for the first pass on like a 3D version of this robot, I don't think it looks too bad. Maybe I'm not being hard enough on it, but I think there's like a few tweaks that we can make, and this would be like usable for our vibe coded game. No, but just kind of like putting a pin in what I was saying earlier about that. Like, try to find like the cheaper sources of inference, and then use your coding subscription to build some kind of like hub to manage your content. That's what I'm doing with Iterated. Like, I'm just building a place where I can use all of these different models. And I would throw 11 Labs in here too, because 11 Labs is what I use for all of my audio. I'll be using it for the game. It's also what I use for like these little clicks and stuff like that, like the lock click in Iterated. I don't know if you guys can hear that. It's probably pretty quiet. Maybe you can't. Like the window drags too. Just little subtle noises. All that's through 11 Labs. And then with Iterated, you can just set up your connections, and you can put things in your keychain easily as variables. And so then they just go into the agent's runtime, and the agent can use it through the shell securely. And yes, it could probably find a way to print these things, but the agents are pretty good at trying to avoid printing them, especially if you're using Claude Code or using Codex. You hear horror stories about like people's computer getting wiped, an agent leaking an API key somewhere. But my experience with these models has been that they are ultra cautious about that, and they are certain to let you know when you put an API key into the transcript. And they're always very steadfast about, hey, you need to rotate this thing, you know? So I haven't seen those issues that people talk about with API keys, but regardless, we built in the security feature of it just being in the keychain and allowing the agent to use the variable instead of like using the raw key. And that way it's able to utilize the API key to make calls to services like GPT Image 2 and 11 Labs. And that enables me to be able to just go like,
I want you to spawn a Grok agent, and I want you to have that Grok agent look at our game and then make some menu music in 11 Labs and put it on the iterated project so that I can listen to it.
Got it. Let me set up the agent and cue the right instructions for that. Queued. The Grok
All right,
agent will pick it up
send
at the
them
next idle
through.
moment.
You don't need to queue
if
it.
you want it pushed through immediately.
That's another thing. You can just send it through. Just send that through. No need to queue it.
Got it. I'll push that through.
That's another thing that annoys me that I need to fix is like I implemented that queue and now it queues it by default. Like I'd rather it just do that when I ask it to queue it and not when I tell it to send it. But anyways, what this guy's doing is he's using an 11 Labs key that's in the environment right now securely. 11 Labs credentials are available. Next, I'll review the art direction and themes, then check 11 Labs music generation options. And you can put the skills and stuff in there too. That's another thing that we're working on. So skills, credentials, securely shelled into the agent's runtime so that they have those capabilities out of the box. However, it says the API was rejected. The request body fixing the JSON payload. Okay, I think it just wrote the request wrong. If you guys do see the shorts coming out on my YouTube, let me know what you think of them. They're gonna get better, but right now, from day 1 and day 2 stream, we've got about 90 shorts, and I'm not gonna be posting all of them, but I'm gonna be scheduling those out on YouTube, X, and Instagram. We'll see if we can get the stream popping a little bit. macOS can create on-device synthetic voice modeled on the user. And apps can request permission to use personal voices through AV speech synthesizer, since you said the phone app will be reading messages to the users. So are you telling me that like this could basically just be Siri? Everything that I'm doing, the commands as well. Can it do that? Can it do like, because the voice agent on this right now has like a command bus where it can like it can read in the hive mind here. It can leave a message. It can leave memories. It can talk in a channel. If I ask the voice agent to like leave a message in here, it can. It can read it all. It can read the transcripts from my chats. It can do all of these commands like that I can do manually. It can run these commands. Can also switch projects. Like, can we switch to iterated dev?
Done. You're now.
So that's kind of, if you're telling me that it does all of that stuff with the native Apple hookup, that would be incredible. If I could just use Apple's stuff to do that. But I don't know if that's what you're saying. Maybe some element of the voice agent it would be. And why is this stuck? This thing's... Oh, I think it's because I did /help. That must have... Huh. That was weird. Since you said the phone app will be reading messages to users, voice clones basically. Are you saying like it can do the same thing that like 11 Labs can? Like voice clone wise? because that's pretty sweet. Apple is moving fast on AI now, from the small model and hardware side of things. Let's see what it comes up with for the menu music. See, like, I think somebody that's vibe coding a game could really benefit from a workspace like this. You know, like, you drop your images in, you can kind of like lay out your list of things that you want to do. Art direction. I can do like what these wireframes here. It's all in one place. This is normally Excalidraw. And then I'd have to like screenshot it with native Mac OS, but I can just screenshot it like this. And then these terminals would all either be in like Tmux or Ghosty, or most people are just like using Claude desktop or the ChatGPT desktop. And you're not getting access to all these models. That's why the ADE is becoming more popular. There wasn't really a tool that fit the shape of the work that people are doing now. So it's a whole new class of tool that's spawned from that. Where did it open it? It did say that it opened it. Right? Can you focus the menu theme?
Sure. I'll center that for you. Done. Bram is now focused, with everything else stacked beside
Tell
it.
Bram to open it in Iterated.
Got it. I'll pass that along to Bram and cue it if he's busy. Queued for Bram. If he's busy, it'll land at his next idle moment.
All right. That was okay.
Hey, I'll take okay.
I'll take okay. All right. All right, guys. I better jump off before it gets too late here and I sleep through the whole day tomorrow. What do I got on my calendar tomorrow? I've got to check on that. Yeah, I've got a few calls. I've got some in-person stuff tomorrow. So if I stream, I'll probably be streaming late again because the morning is taken with we've got a premium call in our community at AI Foundations. Q&A call, and then a town event here in my local town. I have a small retail shop, and we sell 3D printed stuff and some kind of like t-shirts themed for our town. And what we have in our town is like this thing called First Friday. So every first Friday of the month, the town gets together and does something downtown. So that's what I got going on tomorrow. Acromabes. Hey, bro, what's going on? I'm about to jump off. What am I building? I'm building an agentic development environment
Are you into the vibe coding space? Are you building something? Because how you answer will help me explain this better. Okay, yes. What kind of ADE do you use, or like what tools do you use to vibe code? Are you using like Replit Lovable? Are you using just Claude Desktop, or do you have an ADE where the agents can kind of all interact from the different providers? AGYHHH. I don't know what that means, buddy. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't hate me. What are you talking about? Anti-gravity. Oh, okay. Okay, anti-gravity. Okay. No hate. No hate. I'm just building an agentic development environment, and I've actually recently got the release live. So this is just a lifetime license to get this, but it has everything that you need to do, like these wireframes and things like that. So right in here we have like the marker tool. We've got squares and connectors, and you can turn them into a frame. And the nice thing is I can just pop this straight into an agent, and it passes it as context, turns it into an image that the agent can look at. And the agents can also drop media on the screen. So this was generated with GPT image 2, and then it can just shoot that out of one of these terminals. And then we also just created a new feature in here for normal dictation too. So if I go to an agent, I can just press a little keyboard shortcut or a mouse shortcut in my case, and it's dictating now. Like you see the little bubble there. And then if I release, it dictated that. So, and this is all built on the Mac operating system. Because this is the best place to do vibe coding. And we found that out more and more with tonight with some of these new advancements with Apple. Michael has shared a lot of them, and a lot of the tooling that is built into the Mac hardware is getting better and better by the month. They're releasing new developer tools and new local models that make these things possible when normally you would have had to pay a subscription. So would I recommend you change to Mac for vibe coding? Well, if what you're doing is working for you, man, if it's profitable and you're happy, I wouldn't say I would recommend it, but I do believe that they're positioning themselves really well for like the solo developer and teams. But like, if you're just somebody who wants to vibe code and you're not like, because there's some people that are just like Linux pilled. You know what I mean? They're gonna set up a Linux box and they're gonna completely customize an open source operating system. But I just haven't had the best luck with Windows for doing this kind of thing. And as soon as I got a MacBook, everything started to click for coding. But this was back when, we had Opus 3 probably. So the models have gotten better. I just like the native tooling and the hardware on the Macs. Because I have 48 gigabytes of memory on this machine. I have a Windows machine over there that has 64 gigabytes of memory. But the difference is that has my GPU, an NVIDIA 4080. And the 4080 has like 16 gigabytes of VRAM, I think. Or like unified memory that you can actually use for inference and like some of these local models, these GPU heavy tasks. Whereas the Macs, they just ship with all the memory unified, right? So from my understanding, what that means is we can use these for inference a little bit better. And you know, the Mac Mini revolution, everybody's getting on that too. So let's see here. But I'm really looking to change something better, but I'm confused in what to change to. This is awesome. So you recommend I change to Mac for vibe coding? No, brother, I'm 15 days in vibe coding. I'm still not gaining anything yet. Then if you're in the early stages, I'm here to tell you, man, that the Mac is worth your while if you're really serious about it. Not to say that you can't use other tools, but the Apple ecosystem is positioned perfectly for this. They didn't go and build a frontier model like Claude and ChatGPT and Google and Meta tried to do. They just sunk their boots in the ground. They held the line. They made better hardware for the things that people actually need it for now, which is these types of things that we're doing right now, building these agentic development environments like this one, where everything that I do, I can go full screen and I have everything that I need right here. I have my browser. I've got Grok. I've got Codex. You know, you can just spawn them all in right here. And they're all in one place. And then we have the voice orb too. So I can say, like, I want you to just focus Zelda and Ranja and then tuck everything else away.
Done. Zelda and Ranja are the only ones in focus now, with everything else tucked away.
All right, go to sleep.
Good night.
So, long story short, a lot of this would be somewhat possible to build on, a Windows native setup or a Linux-based system. But Apple is bringing all the developer tools that make its platform a moat, meaning we'll take, for example, the new transcription feature I just added. WhisperFlow, if you're familiar, the dictation tool, I think it's like $15 per month. And all of your data is going to WhisperFlow. Whereas Apple comes in, their new dictation feature that Michael just told me about is getting better every day. Like last time I tried their dictation stuff, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't this good. But now their new modern approach, it's $0 if you're on the Mac because it's just built into the hardware. And so for app developers, this type of thing is huge. And it's super empowering to feel like you own the technology, you know? That's also why I'm doing a lifetime deal, one-time license for the V1 version of Iterated at iterated.ai. So if you guys are interested, definitely check it out. The tool that I've been using this entire stream. And that's kind of my philosophy. You know, when you buy an Apple product, you spend a little bit more money, but then a lot of the things in terms of AI that you would need are coming to the native machine and running on machine instead of having to go out and enter subscription hell. Can you tell I'm an Apple fanboy? I've used Windows and Apple, but what models do you recommend I use for now until I get some accomplishments and some money from my SaaS I'm creating? I recommend looking at the new Quen model because I think you can go to Alibaba's website and you can get it for like dirt cheap and it's pretty capable. So you get quite a bit of inference out of that. Another model that you should look at is Codex. So you should look at getting the lower tier on the Codex plan or the Chat GPT plan. Those are the two cheapest, best models right now. Don't try going to Claude if you don't have enough money for Claude, because it'll just upset you when you run out of usage. Because even with two $200 per month plans, I run out of usage by the end of the week sometimes if I'm doing some heavy work. Yeah, exactly. 3.8 max and Codex $20 plan. That's what I would recommend. If you were on a shoestring budget. Yeah, I'm trying to think it through, but I think that's where I would pretty much stand. The other thing that I'm building is called Context Cut. I don't know if I told everybody in here about it yet. If you're like a regular here, I talk about it all the time, but the tool that I'm using to stream this is called Context Cut. This is what it looks like. So it's kind of like OBS. But the cool thing about Context Cut is it's getting context so that the agent can cut down and edit my videos properly. You see a lot of people doing these AI agents can finally edit videos, but not a lot of systems for AI agents can edit 3 hours of footage coherently into a cut down 40-minute video. And that's what I'm trying to solve with Context Cut Dev. So it allows you to stream, it allows you to record, it allows you to gather that context while you're recording into the files, and then it wires into an agent with like a CLI harness so that the agent can come in here, and I don't have to edit this timeline. I can if I want, but the agent can actually make cuts. The agent can ripple delete things. And it has a really good idea of these videos because they were recorded in Context Cut, and then they were handed to this agent here, this little guy. He'll like pull out some scissors when he's cutting, or he'll pull out like a film reel when he's rendering something, or like a magnifying glass when he's looking at something or analyzing. And this just connects to any of the normal TUIs, like Claude Code or Codex or whatever. So that's the other thing that I'm building. Yeah, I'm loving it, man. And I was impressed that it's able to live stream. We had a few issues with the live today. The live went down a couple times. But after I plugged the Ethernet cable in, instead of just relying on the Wi-Fi, it got a lot better. I think that was the main issue, was just relying on the Wi-Fi to stream. But guys, I've got to call it a night. It's getting too late. I'm starting to get a headache. One more question here. Nice. But the question here is, if you're gonna make it subscription based as a SaaS, how much does it consume AI wise? I wouldn't make it subscription based. All of my apps are bring your own key. So I make it lifetime, and then the any extra inference or whatever is, it's pay as you go. You bring your own key and you plug it in. Like here in Iterated, for instance, if you want just the base Apple version that has like the Apple dictation and things like that, you're probably going to get by for free with the lifetime license. But obviously you're not going to get by for free because you have to bring your Claude terminals. You have to bring your different providers. And then you also, if you want the really cool voice orb, then you need like an OpenAI real-time key put in here. but it stores it locally on your device. And it's the same thing with Context Cut. It requires that you have one of the coding agents that can do this. But it also doesn't fully require it, meaning I could just use this just like OBS and Premiere Pro. I could start recording something and then I could go into the timeline and then I can physically by hand manually edit. But where this tool is nice is in the settings. If I go to the AI tab, there's this agent skill. So if I install this here, I can install it for Claude Code, Codex, Cursor. I can install it for all of them, or I can install it to a specific folder. So when this skill is in there, it's able to understand how to manipulate the timelines, make cuts, read the videos. And then we also have the publish tab now. So it can even like publish my videos, right? So here's all the scheduled shorts that we have from the day one stream. And then we've got some drafts from yesterday's stream. And so here's like what it produced. So we were streaming yesterday, and like here's an example of one of the shorts it produced. All right here in Context Cut. I truly believe that, for me at least, I am doing the best I can. I'm providing the most value when I'm just on camera talking, when I'm doing this. And me editing and like combing through videos. Here, I'll pull it up full screen a little bit more. I truly believe that, for me at least, I am doing the best I can. I'm providing the most value when I'm just on camera talking, when I'm doing this. And me editing and like combing through videos, probably not the best use of my time. So like when I audited, like what am I going to use AI for in my content creation process? Replacing me with HeyGen was not an option, at least not yet. And at least not for this channel, right? But for like B-roll video generation, that's a really good idea. I think that would be a great thing to add. And HeyGen's expensive, by the way, guys. I've made a few tutorials on HeyGen. So like it created that short, pulled it out of the 2-hour stream yesterday, edited it all down, and it just uses Context Cut in my native Claude model or whatever model I want, because it's just a skill for how to interact with it. Okay, but how much will it cost for the user? Did you study that? Also, it depends on the type of model that the user is going to use. How smart is the model, I mean? So I'm trying to get it to the point where the model doesn't have to be the top of the line model, because all of the tools that are built into it that the agent can use, it just has to be good at like terminal tool calling, and the tools will actually warn it with a callback and say like, hey, this cut probably wasn't at the right spot because you cut on hot audio. So some of it is like programmatic. It's not like the agent making a decision. It's built-in heuristics for where it should cut. But the smarter the model, the better right now. But I am trying to get it down to where you don't have to have the best model to get a decent result. And how much will it cost? I need to start tracking that like per edit, you know? But this week, this is where my all models is at for Claude 1. So it's at 10%. I've been doing a lot of work with Claude, and it's also cut out over 100 shorts. And I'm only at 10% of my 20x for the week on this one. And I don't think I used Claude 2 for that. So Claude 2 is at 24, but I don't think I used that. I used Opus 5 on the Claude 1. So just looking at that usage, I don't think it put too bad of a dent in my usage. Yeah, I'm always telling it like that we need to eval it with a dumber model, and it needs to be able to do the same thing that Fable or Opus 5 can do. So when I'm designing the CLI and stuff like that for the agent to interact with the tool, that's one of the things that I target, But yeah, look at all these shorts it made, man. And you gotta think it also built a tool that streamed this and recorded it simultaneously. And then in the same night, I said, okay, just go look through, make a bunch of shorts. It made all these shorts. Pretty incredible. So I've got to put a cap in it, guys. It's getting too late here. We just hit 4 a.m. I'm going to go to bed. But Accra, definitely tune in the future, my man. It was good having you here and getting some discussion going. And thanks to everyone else who tuned in. Make sure you guys like the stream before we cut out here. I'd really appreciate it. We're a new stream. We're just getting started out. And so everything truly does help. Like if you drop a quick like, subscribe, turn on the bell notifications if you want to stay up with me. When I'm streaming next, it would be appreciated. We're just trying to build a cool community. So thank you guys all for joining me tonight. It was an awesome stream. We'll see you guys on the next one, all right? All right, much love, guys. Peace.